features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Jumbo, and hello everybody. A very warm welcome to our morning safari. We are in the Masai Mara of Kenya watching a very huge crocodile. My name is David. Welcome aboard to your very own safari, live from the African bush. One more time, we have this very special safari over CGTN, Digital Safari. And again, as I said earlier, we are coming to you live from the Masai Mara of Kenya. My name is David, and on camera this morning is Bungei. How are you, Bungei? And Bungei is very excited because we just saw a crocodile, and out there we got loads of hippos, where you can hear the rapids of the water running. Another called Masai Mara, 15 degrees Celsius or 59 degrees Fahrenheit. And remember, we love to talk to you. So should you have any questions, please send them through. And you can do that on Twitter. And you can use hashtag WorldEarth or hashtag CGTNWorld. And also you can use @FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. For the young ones, we can also love to hear from you, and you can do that by writing us emails using kidsquestions@worldearth.tv. This is the Mara River. Those are hippopotamus that you're seeing right there. And my plans today are just to sit here and hope to see a crossing, because from a distance I have seen small herds of wildebeest and zebras grouping up, and that's the direction they are, and if anything, they're coming to cross this river from that area. Let's just listen to the rapids for a couple of seconds. See how beautiful that setting is. I was here yesterday and the day before, but I can tell you the rapids today are much louder, which translates to more rains from the watershed of this river, or the source of this river is an area in Kenya called the Rift Valley, near some huge forest called the Mau Complex. So that would indicate that yesterday or last night there were heavy rains in that area, because I can tell the levels of this water or this river have gone a lot higher. There are some rocks that I usually see near those rapids, and I can't see them today. So that means they are covered, which means the levels are quite high. Now, on a good day, what we want to show you is a croc, and I want to show one particular rock that I've been watching. That croc there, it was almost in the same spot yesterday, but today it looks almost covered. You see that rock? It usually comes out, or it is exposed about 2 feet, 2.5 feet when the levels are low, and today you can see it's barely a couple of inches. This is my depth mark that I've used on this river to know how deep it is. Chris, how are you? And you'd like to know how many crossings happen in a day. The Mara River has about 10 crossing points that we know of, or that are designated for us to come and watch crossings. You could have 0 crossing in all the 10, and you could have 1 crossing in each, so that would translate to 10 crossings. And there are times you could have 2 on each, so that number varies. It depends on where you are and if you're lucky to get information that crossings have happened. Now, this particular point I have seen sometimes crossing every 2 days, and sometimes in one day I have seen 3 crossings. Some are big, some are small. Like yesterday, we saw a crossing of about 10 zebras, and we lost 1 to a crocodile. So it depends on the day and exactly what these animals want to do. Out of experience, I have learned to deal with these wildebeest or zebras, or to see a crossing. Patience is very important, and that's what I've been practicing, and it's not going to be any different today.
Jumbo, jumbo, everyone. Yes, a very good, lovely morning here in the Masai Mara, and I'm at the marsh. Yes, my name is Isaac, and on camera I have Big James. It's a wonderful morning. We are already at the marsh to share with you a beautiful sighting that we just found of the 2 marsh lions, but they are very, very fast asleep. I hope you'll appreciate. They're quite a distance away, and James is working his magic. These 2 are part of the marsh pride. We have seen them around this area a few days ago. The one to the left looks like it's the young male, and the one to the right, I cannot really tell. It's quite a distance. They are enjoying the morning sun. It's lovely, it's beautiful. It's just warming up, and I can't imagine how they're feeling after being out in the open, wilderness, all that cold. Can you imagine? And now, that sun must be really, really, really good. Remember to talk to me or to talk to us. Hashtag CGTN Wild, hashtag Wild Earth. Questions are really, really welcome. What have you found, James? Oh, yeah, there goes one, and another one comes in. Yeah, we have a beautiful little bird here. That's a rufous-napped lark. Rufous-napped lark. It's one of our grassland birds. Yeah, is that maple? But your question, I didn't understand it. What's something with lions? Please, could you repeat it? Label, you ask, what pride of lion is this? Is the marsh, but from the triangle side, the marsh lions. Yeah, they are very, very scattered right now. These are part of 4 we saw eating a buffalo about 2 weeks ago. Yes, they reside along this area, marsh pride. It's part of that. At this time of the year, for some reason, the big prides have, split, and we are seeing them in 2s, 4s, and not more than that. Yes, and they're in their area. I haven't seen them eat anything since that day. So I don't know if they've eaten or not. I'm hoping, they're gonna get up after warming up and try and find something. Remember, I'm coming live to you from the Mara Triangle in the Masai Mara in East Africa, and you are watching 2 live lions. They're only very fast asleep, and you can understand why. It's been cold night. Yes, it's been a cold night. Yeah, I think it's also a male, the one to the right. Yeah, I'm staying with these lions here, hoping they will, do something. Let me watch them and see what they're doing.
Back to our elephant. He hasn't changed the spot since he stand there, feed. So we're talking about the destruction they're doing, and elephants, they gotta do that. They have to push tree down, especially winter season, where there's no green grasses, there's nothing, and for them to able to sustain their body, feed enough. End of the day, they have to have feed, full stomach. and they have to push a lot of tree down for that, and they'll eat the roots. Color, how to tell from the elephant, from the male to the female. So now we're gonna be looking at his tusker first. So if you look at these male tusks, they're a lot thicker, which for the females are thinner. Could be longer length for the female, but they don't really get thick enough compared to male. So, but also the size. The male, they go bigger in size. The female, they go small in size. Also, the head structure difference, which female, they have kind of a square head, and the females, they have a round head. I'm sure he's coming out, you're able to see that there. If you look at this size compared to the female, he's far too big to be a female. So when I arrive here, I only notice from looking at his size, this is the male. But of course, a lot of time, female, they associate with any group. If they ever separated, sometimes you see one cow and a young one, or two different age of a young one. But then if you ever come across big animal like this, then you know it's those bulls, these males. We're talking about, if you look in the skull, the head structure, just above their eyes, so it's called a temple. You almost see proper skull, both sides of his head. So this is also indicate when the elephants go older. This is how you tell. The temple got deeper, so you're able to see proper skull in it. It's going to come towards us with this bunch of grasses and a trunk, but probably changing position because he's been there for a while, you know. Wow. So the trunk they use, it's a hand, nostrils at the same time. But it's so important for the elephant to have also both tuskers, and that will help them able to use trunk so smooth and spend enough time with the animal to see how they use their trunk, and trunk always support by the tusk when they break off the branches. And some elephants, the length of the tusk is equal because they either both left or handed in terms of how they use these tusks, but some are left or right. And that's where they tell the difference, is that you see one's length much taller, longer than the other one, so you know that elephant probably use the left hand or right hand one. Yes, spend a lot of time standing up, feed, but for that makes them to stand with 3 feet, one rest. I'm going to wait a bit here with these guys.
Well done, Andrew, to have spotted an elephant bull. I had one last night on the drive, and we see once in a while elephants coming to drink, but elephants rarely come to drink in the river here in the Masai Mara. What we have seen for ages, elephants will always choose some little springs or some water wells where they'll go have a drink, or when water just collects, out there when it rains, that's where elephants go and drink. But to go to other parts of Africa, you'll see elephants going to drink in the river. Mark, how are you today? And you'd like to know how high the water levels get here. Now, the Mara River has different depths. And this river, Mark, is about 400 kilometers long, or about 250 miles odd long. And it depends on where you are at a given point. And we have found out the deepest place that's very close to the source is about 6 meters. But you'll also go to certain areas and you get the river is only 2 meters. Now, Mark, I want to show you some hippos here. And the hippos you're seeing in the water there, those hippos are standing up, and that tells you that particular point is barely 2 meters deep, or just about. You see those hippos there are standing in the water, because we know hippos will not be able to float or swim, and with a height of 1.5 or 1 meter high, I would say that area is about 2 meters. Certain areas of this river, where the river is quite wide, it would only have a depth of about 1 meter. It depends on where you are on the river, and I think the width of an area that I know is the biggest width would be about 400 meters. It's from that direction where from a distance I had seen some few wildebeest and zebras, and if you look carefully you can see a few of them, and they're heading this way, which makes me feel yay, good, please keep coming. That's the zebra leading the way. Sometimes you've taken zebras as the vanguards, though not always, but in general during the migration the zebras will always lead the herd. Those are some starlings flying there in the air, and the bushes behind those zebras and wildebeest are called orange-leafed crotons. See, the area they're coming through is quite rocky, and you see the grass there is not doing very well, because also the soil here is not quite fertile. And when the hippos leave the water to go and eat at dusk, they usually make sure they do not eat the grass at home. The starling there just walking on the riverbank. Not sure she is waiting for the lead zebras and the wildebeest, telling them please keep coming. David is here waiting to see if you're going to cross. They came so close yesterday to crossing the river. They had a drink and then made a U-turn and went away. Today, I'm very hopeful something will happen. So this is very typical of them. Walk 100 meters, stop. Walk 50 meters, stop. But finally, they will get here. Us. I wait for them.
Good morning everyone, and welcome to and Beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. My name is Grant, and behind the camera is Craig, and we've come out in search of some cheetah this morning, but along our way we've managed to find these 2 white rhinos. And they're just happily feeding. The wind died off last night at some stage, and I think early this morning these rhinos have gotten up. We saw a spot just a little bit further back where we came from, where I think they were lying down in the sand. You could see the sand was all scuffed up, but it's a nice open area where they would have been able to rest comfortably. And you see them just pulling out grass there. If you look very carefully, you'll see on the front of their nose and on the horn a little bit, it's quite dark. And that's because there was quite a lot of dew this morning. So as they're walking and feeding, a lot of that moisture is getting stuck to their faces. just really such a beautiful morning. There's lots of birds calling. There's not a breath of wind. It's nice and warm now that the sun has come up. And I think these rhinos are very happy, just like the elephants we saw yesterday that were hiding, almost hiding in the thickets, trying to get out of the wind. These rhinos would have been doing much of the same, and actually just almost waiting and biding their time, waiting for the wind to die down before they came out to start feeding. Now back to back. Look at that sideways sweep. Oh, and a mouthful of grass. See how they move their head from side to side as they walk. And opening up their mouth and then just using the soft, almost like rubbery lips to grip the grass as they move from side to side, and they just pluck the grass out. There's a small little bird to just about, do you think I don't know. Just to above that rhino on the left hand side. Oh, and it's gone.
It's amazing still here with this beautiful elephant. And since he's in that position, looks like he's gonna probably start from there. This is a beginning of his feed. And he's probably gonna make his way around in a tree. For sure, he didn't push that tree to just waste it, but he's gonna feed on that. But again, I've seen a lot of that happen. Elephant push tree and then move on. So it means the tree is gonna just lie off like that. Some tree don't die just because of being pushed off, and the roots still connect to the soil, and that makes tree to grow again the next season. Or this one you find maybe won't gonna go die now. It's still probably gonna survive for the next 2 or 3 years. See, it's an older tree already. It was a long, tall tree. And this is one of their favorite. It's amazing, see how he does that with his foot. So they were struggling a bit to pull off that, so he used his feet to support the trunk. It's so beautiful. Let's see here.
Jumbo, and here I have a very unwell young elephant. From seeing those elephants there that are really healthy. This is a young lone, looks like a female, and she is in great pain. You know, you see that front right leg. She is not putting any weight on it. Look at it, it's very swollen. I don't know what's wrong. Maybe a serious dislocation. That could be it. Just to give you the good news, I have called the authorities and they are on their way, so don't you worry, but this is part of nature. She has been left all by herself, and she is very vulnerable because she's only just about 2 years, and you know, hyenas or lions could prey on him quite easily. She is headed towards a bush, and I think she's smart enough to know that that's where maybe she will be able to survive longer. She might end up catching up with her herd. I don't know how far they are, but you know, there's no elephant anywhere where she is. Yes, I'm gonna wait for her to come. Arbia, was that the name? Sorry, but yes, it is very sad. It is very sad indeed. I don't know how it happened, but looks like a dislocation on the ankle. Yeah, the knee is further up. That is the ankle. You can see that she is not putting any weight on that leg at all. So it is very, very painful. And you can imagine the weight of the head. Margot, you ask me, why does the herd leave her? Of course, even elephants with their intelligence, it comes a time where they realize that maybe it's too much of a burden, or it got left out a very long way back and it couldn't catch up, and that is the case. But yeah, it's me. I wish I could help you. Yeah, look at that leg. So I think they know, but they went too far and decided to move on. It happens with nature. It's cruel, but it does happen. But also maybe it got hurt and decided to stay behind somewhere, and then it found itself right here where we are, where there's nobody, for kilometers and kilometers. I don't know how long it's been hurt, but it's headed toward a small bush. I don't know basically what's the idea behind going to the bush. I'll leave you to witness that, going into the bush. But I'm gonna turn the vehicle and maybe try and get closer without stressing her. And also, it would be nice for me to actually pinpoint where it goes, so that when the authorities come, I'm able to direct them to where it has gone. But it looks very, very serious. You can imagine the pain in that leg. Oh, don't run. Yes, look at that. It's gone through the bush now. I don't know if you can see it over there. There it is. Yeah, that's the bush it wanted to go in. Yeah, you can tell now it's much more relaxed. I hope it feels safe there. You can tell it's very relaxed, and I'm happy for that. Yeah, going deeper slightly. Also, it might be following the scent of the rest of the herd, and that's why it went in there. If you look there, that there's an elephant there. It quickly disappeared. That's how well they can hide in big bushes. It's amazing. Yeah, I'm gonna try and move closer again, see if it's moving further or it's staying close to the edge. But these are all things that we have to deal with. We as guides, we see these things and there's nothing you can do. Apart from reporting it, you're not allowed to interfere. Yeah, let's see if we can see it. Yeah, it's over there, James. It's heading in. I don't know if you'll be able to catch it. It's moving in really fast. Yeah. Yeah, it's somewhere in there. That's how quickly they can disappear.
From the southern plains of the Serengeti, over 1 million grazers move northwest through the Western Corridor, gathering along the banks of the Grumeti River. Once the chaos of the rut comes to an end, the herds gallop north once again. In time, more than 2 million animals amount to feast on the abundance the Mara has to offer. But the reward of the red oat grass does not come easy. The zebra vanguard is the first on the banks, taking the plunge into the treacherous Mara River in order to reach the untouched long grass plains on the other side. Not only must they face the turbulent waters, but also the crocodiles, gliding through the rapids in anticipation. Then comes the body of the migration, the thundering herds of the white-bearded wildebeest, with their bleats echoing through the landscape while in search for greener pastures. Hunger. So too are the lions of the Mara, who patrol the banks of the river. The risks are known, but the herds are determined. All must make the leap. Some will fall, but for the survivors, the lush greenery that awaits is bountiful. And then, as is nature's way, it comes the time to cross the river again as they continue to follow the life-giving storms and nourishing plains.
Now, there are so many rivers in the Masai Mara and some springs that sometimes dry certain times of the year when the season is very tough. But the Mara River never dries, and that's why you see most of the animals in the process of also trying to cross the river, they'll come have a drink. Now, where we are by the Mara River, I do not remember the last time this river ever dried completely. In its history, I only remember once when things were very bad and we had a huge drought in the whole of East Africa, and this river dried and we lost so many hippos. Apparently all the crocodiles survived, and zebras like this will either come to this river for a drink or drink and cross, or sometimes you just come straight, don't drink and cross to the other side, looking of course for nutrients. One of the main reasons that these animals will cross this river is just to get to the other side to feed, not any other reason that will make them take this very big and heavy chance of walking or crossing this river that is full of crocodiles. Because of the food, they will always take the chance. As I said earlier, the zebras were leading, and this particular one, or this particular two, have been leading the herds because behind them are other zebras and wildebeest, but these two here are very determined, and they're giving me lots of joy that they're encouraging the others. Guys, we can do it. Let's go together. Let's build the courage once we get by the bank, and we do it. I'll continue waiting for the same.
And welcome back to Ngala. We're back in the riverbed, and we have found a nice big troop of baboons just sunning themselves on the side of the bank here. In the middle of the screen you can see a tiny little baby there, and next to its mother. It's still black with pink on the face, around the buttocks and the ears. It is really, really small. There he goes. Still a bit wobbly. Quite brave, just playing around. There are quite a few youngsters in this troop, and you'll often find them around the riverbed. So they normally roost in these big trees behind them at night, and then in the mornings they'll come down and they'll start feeding along the riverbed. Sonia, we only have Chakma baboon, which is you are looking at, and then also Samango monkeys. Oh, sorry, not Samango monkeys, vervet monkeys. We actually have seen a Samango monkey here once, but this is not really in their range. And then we see other little things like bush baby. We see the lesser bush baby, which is closely related to a lemur. But yeah, in general, we see a lot of baboons and vervet monkeys. You can see some of them up in that tree there. So that's a jackalberry tree, and they are in fruit at the moment. So these baboons love the jackalberry fruit, and you'll see them raiding these trees. And quite often, because baboons are quite messy when they feed, you'll find that there are little bushbucks or impalas below these trees where they feed, and they'll pick up the scraps, they'll pick up the fruit that they're knocking down, or the branches that they're knocking down. Oof, you can hear some of them screaming in the background there. See if you can hear that. There's a bit of a domestic. There we go. They're quite entertaining to watch, just because their gestures are also so human-like in a way. You can see them grooming each other there. Youngsters playing around. And this also helps to strengthen their social bonds when they groom each other like this. All in a row. Nilo, I'd say the baboons are more dominant. They're a lot bigger. So usually when the baboons and the vervets are in the same area, the vervets will move off. So we see that around camp, where we do have some vervet monkeys, but when the baboons come in, the vervets kind of disappear. So yeah, they're a lot bigger and stronger, so the vervets try and stay out of their way. I do, especially around a camp, I definitely do prefer vervet monkey. Baboons can be quite destructive. And a big male baboon, they're quite large, and maybe you've seen a baboon before. You might have seen them yawning. They've got massive canines. They're omnivores, so they, like I mentioned, they'll eat fruit, like the fruit of that jackalberry tree where we saw some of them feeding earlier. But they'll eat grass shoots as well. They'll eat insects, and they'll also eat small antelopes, hares, things like that. So they do eat meat as well.
It's amazing. Jackalberry, there's monkeys, baboons. They love fruits from that tree. But jackalberry elephants also feed on jackalberry as well. The tree itself. But what you see here, this is also feeding. So it looks like everybody is busy feeding this morning. So, but this is not thorn. But it's still a tree that is feeding on. So it looks like he's going around a circle, that tree. Last time he was on the other side, but now he's going around. Basically, he's pulling off these thin branches. Yes, indeed, they do feed on that. So elephants feed on a lot of trees out here. And all trees, including these plants, but nearly 150 different species found in this area, and it's all elephants' favorite. But this is a not thorn this morning. So I'm going to reposition. Looks like we're losing a visual of him, but we're just going to go around just to get a good look at him. It's very rich in nutrients, Tyler. So that's why they prefer always tip end of the tree, because what happens, trees, when their trees grow, always water from the trees upwards, never downwards, since the roots, always transport these waters up in this tree. So all nutrition is most in these thin branches, and it's rich of juices as well, and very soft for them to be able to feed clearly. But we will leave these elephants for now.
Well, we didn't manage to have any luck with the dogs, but look what we have found. Tandy. Now, I do have my glasses on today, everyone. It's Tandy. Oh, there was mass confusion yesterday. Oh, BK, we need to move. Tandy's not an easy cat to keep up with. But believe it or not, it was thought that she left her cub at Chelapan yesterday, and this is Chelapan. So it makes sense that to come here and look, and of course we've spotted Tandy herself. I don't see cub, but it makes sense that she's came back to this area if that's where she left them. Which means she's not fed since yesterday, or at least not fed on something large, sorry. She's concentrating on something. Oh, she's talking. It's obviously something small. I can see something, yep. There's something moving. Is either a scrub here or a bird? Tandy's getting ready. Look, she's preparing her hind legs. Do you see that? She's gone flat, but she's preparing to pounce. Morning Star, you're saying your favourite girl, Miss Tandy. She's one of my favourites too. They're all my favourites. It's a bird. I can't see the bird, even though I have got my glasses on. But I can obviously hear it. Tandy needs to eat. She was hungry yesterday. So Tandy was called in the north yesterday. So when we found a leopard in the south that looked like Tandy, it just led to mass confusion. But she's back on Juma, which is a good thing. And I think her cub is somewhere. She wants to hunt and take it back to him. Hopefully we can keep up with her because she's a tricky cat to follow. She has a fine art of giving us a slip, and it's called the Tandy slip. The bird's back on the ground. I can just see it moving behind the branches. Come on, Tandy girl, you got this. I'm just going to update the radio because I'm the only person in this lock. Tandy's still flat at Chelapan. I'm the only vehicle on lock. 2 more are welcome to join.
It's Greg from Zinger. Did you say cheetah path?
Sorry, Rebecca, one more time with that. I got distracted by the radio.
Chelapan, yeah, Chela area. 2 Jones Road, Chelapan.
Kevin, I'm not sure how to quantify patience. All I can see is very, very, very patient. I hope that answers your question. Remarkable amounts of patience because they know it's not always successful. It's actually less than 20% successful for leopards. And they know they cannot be seen. That's the main sort of focal point for a leopard. The minute they are spotted, literally, did you get that little joke there? Game is over. The minute a bird flies away or an impala alarm calls or a steenbok runs, it's game over. They have got to rely on the art of camouflage. That's why she's staying so flat. Her hind legs are ready though, especially that back left one. She's ready to pounce. She's alert, she's listening, she's watching. She knows that if she starts moving, she's going to break up that camouflage. Her body's already equipped with its own camouflage in the form of rosettes. But she must stay still. Movement is what attracts a lot of animals, and they say if you are on foot and you do walk into a pride of lions or you do walk into a leopard, stand your ground, don't move. The minute you run, you become potential food, you become dinner, and the lions will follow. But stand your ground. So she knows she can't move because movement will attract whatever she's looking at. I've seen a bird, and I've also seen something with a bushy tail that I imagine is a squirrel. So there could be a few things she's looking at here. Sorry, stations, I am live, but the location is Chelapan, just off Pangolin Track and Twin Dams Road. Okay, hopefully Miss Tandy doesn't fall asleep on us here and she actually pounces. Copy, copy, you're welcome to join. So fingers crossed Miss Tandy gets breakfast here.
Welcome back to Ambiampinde, everyone. And we have found 2 sleeping cheetah. So we set off this morning in search of a female cheetah with 2 youngsters. But for now, instead, we've managed to find these 2 young males, and they are fast asleep. I think they might be feeling the cold a little bit from last night. And so now, as the sun has come up, it was really, really cold on our way here this morning. But as the sun is starting to get higher, it's starting to get really warm. And I think it's just hitting the spot for these males at the moment. If you look at the one that we've just gone on to now, on his neck and on the ridge of his back, in between his shoulders, you might see there's a little bit of slightly longer tufts of fur on the shoulders. And that's an indication to us that these are quite young males. We know these male cheetah quite well. They've got an amazing, really, really special story. They were actually orphaned, so their mom was killed by lions when they were only about 7 months old. And they had to fend for themselves, and somehow they made it. It seemed to have coincided with when the impalas had given birth to lambs, so there were lots of small impalas running around, and I think they were able to catch some of those and catch some scrub hares, and somehow they made it to adulthood, and now they're getting close to 2.5 years old now, and they have started to establish their own territory and looking for females to reproduce with. But I think as the day starts to warm up a little bit more, one's just lifted his head up. I hope as they warm up a little bit more, we might see some more activity. So we're not going to be going anywhere for now.
Yeah, I have elephants just a hands away from me. They are drinking very comfortably. The closest one here was the female, the matriarch. That's another female standing in front of the car. They're all very comfortable with everything. There seem to be no worries. Yeah, this is amazing. I hope I know you're seeing this and you're enjoying these one nice, beautiful, big herd. There are about how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. About 13 of them. And there's some more coming. Yeah, they've just quenched their thirst. And they're moving on. Lots of young ones amongst the herd. Yeah, we've had a baby boom this year of elephants. And it's really, really nice. Look at all these young ones. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying these guys. It's really cool. Yeah, they just came, walked down the road, and now they've gone fast. Those youngsters are, you know, were sizing me up. Yeah, they, actually I let them walk towards me and they got comfortable. Then they had to give way, and because I stood my ground, that's sometimes what you should do. When animals, you don't go to animals, you let them come to you, and then they respect you, they go around, and exactly that's what they did. She is a matriarch, very experienced. She took them really quietly and comfortably around me without any panic. And I was, that was really cool. I hope, you enjoyed it. This is one, last one. Oh, there's another big heart coming. We'll show you that shortly. Look at that, he's enjoying the drink. Remember, this is the African elephant, the only species found in Africa. Yeah, mature bulls have been measured to weigh up to 6 tons, so they are gigantic, they are enormous. Yeah, there is this other herd that's coming. Look at this. It looks like they're on a mission. They're heading somewhere. These ones are not eating or even picking anything. They're just on something. They have to get there. Maybe they're going for breakfast. A nice tree has fruited and they have to get there, maybe. Yeah. When you see them moving like this, elephants communicate with very low frequencies, which we cannot hear. And usually when, they do this, they have communicated and they are heading somewhere. Remember, this is live. It's coming from the Masai Mara. You can talk to us. Continue talking to us on hashtag CGTN, hashtag World Earth, question, comments. Yeah, very welcome. Look at this, guys. This is real. This is happening. Cordelia, good thinking. You asked me, could it be, part of that little guy we saw with the hot leg? It could be. Yeah, it could be because they have lots of young ones. It could be, and they're actually headed in that direction. So I hope maybe they are communicating with the low frequencies and they're headed there. It would be nice to follow up in the next coming days and to see if there's a reunion and also to catch up with them together. Yeah, this is cool, guys. They're coming right in front of the vehicle. Yeah, this is only about, now it's like 30 feet, really close. Super cool. These ones have decided to go around the left side. The other ones went to the right, but these guys are going to the left. Yeah, looks like she's got a bad eye, the female there. Yeah. Can you hear how silent they are? You cannot imagine, 20 elephants going around me, but there's no sound. This is super cool. I hope you're loving this. Yeah, they're a bit wary. I don't know for why, but they changed their behavior slightly towards the end. Yeah, bye-bye. It's all well. Yeah, that was super cool. I hope you enjoyed that. Yeah, it's those experiences that, gives you the thrill of being out here. They walked really fast, but I hope, you enjoyed it. I'm going to turn around, go see them and enjoy them a little bit more, and I'll catch you down there. Yeah, here comes the water.
She's now looking at a squirrel. Now, I have no idea if the squirrel sees her. It's way high up in the branch. She's bouncing from branch to branch, Beaks. I'm not sure we'll be able to give you a view of the scope, but that's what she's got her eye on. And I think this tells me that we have one hungry cat. And oh, come on, Tandy. Oh no, but then the squirrel. Oh. The squirrel's at the top of the tree now, PK. Right at the top. Tandy, I think you might have set your sights too high here, literally. Oh, she's on the move, tail up. which means we have to move because, as I mentioned, she's not an easy cat to follow. I think she's really, really hungry this morning and looking to find two mouths, not just hers, but also her son. So hopefully we can keep up with our queen.
Welcome back to Ambion Pinde, everyone. So just as we were getting quite excited thinking that these males might move, they have put their heads down and gone back to sleep. But every now and then they are sitting up, grooming themselves, yawning. How do you tell the difference between leopard and cheetah, Old Faithful? So there are a number of ways to tell the difference. So looking at these cheetah that we have in front of us here, I'll point out a few things that indicates to us that they are cheetah. So with them lying flat like this, the biggest thing is those circular spots, which are solid black spots. A leopard has actually got open rosettes. They're described as rosettes, so they are circular in shape, but they are open, and sometimes having a solid black spot in between. So they are very similar color to the cheetah, but instead of solid black spots, they've got open rosettes. And then also the leopard's build, which is quite tough to compare here to the cheetah, but if you look at the cheetah's whole body, it's quite flat. They're quite a narrow, slender-built creature. A leopard is a lot more stocky and muscular, and that's because of their hunting adaptations, their hunting abilities. They are more, so leopards I'm talking about now, are more ambush and pounce and catch and overpower predators, whereas cheetahs are completely adapted to speed and chasing their prey. So they've got these really, really beautiful long legs and almost like a whippet dog shaped build to their body. So they've got these slender, long legs, a very thin, long body, very big, heavy, long tail, and a much smaller head than a leopard. And then what they do is they chase their prey, and they will use what's called a dew claw, which is just above their paw, and use that dew claw to actually swipe at the antelope that they're chasing, at the heels of that antelope, and in an attempt to trip it or put it off balance, and then it will tumble, and then the cheetah will go for the throat. So they are built for less physical contact than something like a leopard, and you can see it when they stand up more especially. But even now you can see they're quite slender, very thin creatures. And sure, another thing that you can look at is like the belly of a cheetah. So it's quite hard to see from here, but the belly of a leopard is completely white. The fur is actually white, but on the cheetah it's just a slightly lighter shade of the golden color that they have on their back and on their flanks. Another thing is if you look at the ears. Oh, one of them's just popped his head up. So if you look at the cheetah's ears, it's got black at the base, and then it fades, and it's that golden yellow color of the rest of their body on the tips of the ears. A leopard has got almost like a little semicircle with white in the middle of it. So it's black mostly, and then it's black all the way to the edges, but just below the black on the tip of the ear there's like a white semicircle. on the back of his leg there. So these are the signs we were talking about earlier, that they were starting to show, that tell us that they might get active. So the stretching, the yawning, this sort of rolling. The yawning, this sort of rolling and so how big is their territory in Pinde? Rick is asking. It's quite tough to know exactly what their territory size is, but I mean they've covered, if I have to estimate, the areas where I myself or other people have seen these males. Look, they're still quite young and they've only recently started to establish territory, but I mean I've seen them from where we're sitting now in a straight line to the south of where we are, probably 15 kilometers, but I would say probably somewhere between 10 and 15 square kilometers could be the size of their territory. They do cover quite a substantial area, and their goal would be to increase that size and get it as big as possible, and try to have as many females within that territory, because their main purpose and their main goal is to reproduce and to spread or pass on their genetics. So you can see now their structure in what we were talking about earlier, with them being different to leopards. So they are very slender built. You see those hind legs almost come up past their spine. So they've got really, really long legs and a long sort of torso section. Their long back, and also these are males, so their heads are quite large, but females have a much more slender build and a smaller head. But we're going to stick with these males because it looks like they might start moving.
Good morning everyone. I hope you all slept well. It is a lovely day here in Tswalu, Kalahari. We just had a really interesting sighting. We were looking at some eland running away from us, as they normally do, and all of a sudden, while they were running, we had the pride popping out and starting to chase them. By the way, my name is Moritz. Good morning. I've got David behind the camera with me. So, a perfect start to the morning. Always good when you have, you're just getting the sleeps out of your... This one is going to maybe...
Welcome back to And Beyond Pinde, everyone. So just as we hoped, these cheetah have started to move, and look what they're doing. They're putting their heads down right into that long grass, and they're actually smelling very intensely. Now it's interesting because they've been lying here for quite a while. But this is the start of what they tend to do when they mark their territory. So they're smelling there, trying to just understand all the smells. Perhaps another cheetah has urinated there. You see he's got his mouth open. He's using the Jacobson's organ in the roof of his mouth. And so smelling through his nose, but also breathing, inhaling through his mouth. And he's actually tasting that smell. and it gives him a better idea of exactly which cheetah was there, if it was male or female, if it was a female, if it was perhaps coming into estrus, if it was a male, if it was a dominant male. So it does look like they are going to start moving, getting a little bit more active, so we're going to be sticking with them. Now starting to move. If Craig opens up there a little bit, you'll see the area that they've been looking over recently. Well, as they've been sitting here, and perhaps heading down towards that drainage line or that valley that you can see with the darker trees. They've found another spot there where there's maybe another cheetah has visited before. So what I'm thinking they're going to do now is they're going to start off by marking territory a little bit, because this is very typical scent marking behavior. They're smelling around, they might urinate, spray some urine of their own there and scrape their feet, and then they will start to move and perhaps at the same time look for any hunting opportunity.
Good luck to the cheetahs, and it's always wonderful when you see cheetah cubs, making it, especially when they lose their mother. Here in the Masai Mara is one place that I've seen the largest coalition of male cheetahs. We got what we call the 5 musketeers. Sometimes we'll call them Tano Bora. Now, I've remained in the same position by the Mara River. My wildebeest came so close to the river, and a hippopotamus just came out of the water, splashed water, and they thought maybe it could be a crocodile, and they all made a big U-turn and went back to those bushes you see there. But I'm very convinced they'll come, because the other side of the Mara River, that we call the Great Mara, most of them have been there, and I think they have exhausted all what they had to eat in that particular area, and either way they need to head back south towards Serengeti National Park in Tanzania, where they will be giving birth early next year. Our crocodile keeps changing positions, but he has not really come out of the water. I do not know why. But if you look carefully, it looks pretty sunny, bright light. And should just come out, climb slowly, and get a bit of sun. Look at the ears, look at the eye, open very slightly. You can see the mouth is shut, but you look at the snout, you can see one of the tooth is out. And you can see how he's baying, move a little bit, and maybe listen some lullabies of the Mara River as he's taking a snooze. Well, I'm going to wait here and see if these wildebeest and the zebras will come back.
So guys, luckily we don't need to wait for these little ladies to wake up. As you can see, very active this morning. We are actually, I wish we could get that now. They're playing and they're doing so. I'm going to start the vehicle. I'm going to move with them. This is the 3 females that was with the mom and the little ones from yesterday morning. But they are also, I do think that mom with the 3 cubs are around here somewhere, because they just missed, as I said, when we just started the drive, we came over this dune and we saw some eland running, and we had all of a sudden these lions popping out and just chasing them, which was quite cool. Very quick sighting though. but they do look like they are hungry. You know, they might want to hunt. However, also now after they've missed, it seems like they are calling for someone the whole time. And you can see now here, these guys are actually starting to pick up. So look at that. Oh my word. So let's just get to where they seem to be going and see what is in store for us. It might be that the other female actually made a kill now and she's calling them back to come and join her or something like that. We don't know, we'll have to see. But it was a great surprise this morning. And it just shows you how far these lions walk during the night. You know, we left them last night or yesterday morning way in the north at a waterhole, and this morning they are absolutely, you know, almost on our southern boundary. So these Kalahari lions can really clock it when they need to. Let's go around and then we'll see. Maybe we get a better visual of them. Sorry guys, it's a little bit bumpy. See if we can get them walking towards us. But really on a mission. Yeah, we just had a comment from Anna Marie, the lighting is just stunning, and yeah, you are absolutely right. Morning light is epic. I love the mornings. You know, it's not too hot yet here in the Kalahari. The summer or the summer nights or evenings can be quite warm. We sometimes have evenings going, you know, up until almost 11 o'clock before we break 30, before it goes below 30 degrees Celsius. But in the mornings, it's always nice and fresh.
Beautiful. Sorry about that. Now we got, looks like a cub here, lion cub with the mother, and they say this is the Shimungwe bride. You can see the mother leading right far away in front of her, this cub over here. So we're just gonna follow them because this is very dense bush out here. So we're just gonna try not to lose the sighting and see the cub still following right behind. Shimungwe bride, but only the mother and the young one. Not sure what happened to entire bride. So I'm gonna follow them. Pushed too much on hunting this morning. Still very good. I mean, very good condition day like this. Cat's still interested on hunting. But when we get to the time where it's going to be very warm day, this is where they're going to settle down in shade, especially lion. And we'll talk about lions. One of these animals that don't really like to move too much when it's a hot day. So, you know, we're just going to try keep with this female here, see how far she goes. So we're gonna stick with this lioness and then see how far she goes. It's getting very thicket here.
Welcome back. Yeah, just in time. Yeah, so these cheetah have just started a little bit of a game here. Just before you came to us, they were starting to move, and then just sat down, looking around, trying to decide what they were going to do, and then one of them just flopped over in this long grass, and then the other did the same, and now there's lots of rolling about happening. And then that one at the back just came and pounced on his brother. Another sign that playfulness sort of wears off as they get older, so it's just another sign that they are still quite young. The one maybe a little bit more mature than the other, they're not so keen to play. And it's awesome when they sit up every now and then like that. And then lie down again and they just disappear into the grass. So these are the wide open grasslands that we are in at the moment. And you can just see how it's the perfect sort of habitat for them. In terms of camouflage, they blend in so well. There's this long grass which offers them really, really good cover. The only problem, of course, with it is that it makes quite a lot of noise. I'm not too sure if you can hear every now and then when they're rolling over, you can actually hear how the grass makes a noise when they're rubbing against it. So predators actually moving through long grass like this do make quite a bit of noise. So they have to find a sort of game trail that goes through the grassland and use that so that they're not standing on dried grass, they're actually standing on an open patch of soil. That will make less noise like that. And there are a number of those open game trails. These cheetah just have to wait for an opportunity to have some prey on or close to that game trail. It seems like for now they haven't spotted a hunting opportunity, but we know that they are definitely looking like they need a meal. So if it's a territorial patrol that they start doing or if they start hunting, we are going to stick with them.
We've managed to keep up with Miss Tandy. It's not been easy, but then it never is. And you can see that she looks a little bit sleepy here. And there's impala not too far ahead. So I think she's a little bit interested in the impala, but it's going to take some effort. So she's probably just resting, recuperating those sort of energy levels. And I think she is really, really hungry. She doesn't look like she's had a meal. And I am going to have to keep my radio on, I'm afraid. I'm the only one that's managed to keep up with her, and there's other vehicles that want to come in and see her. And I really think the cub is not too far away, so hopefully we can keep up with Tandy, at least for the duration of this morning's drive. I'd love to catch up with our little cub again. It'd be good to get his scat too. It would be good to watch him do a poo and then collect it, as bizarre as that sounds. We send it off to an organization called Panthera, and they're able to use the DNA that they already have to see who the father is. We clearly know who the mother is. So they have some of the male's scat DNA, and they'll be able to see whether it's them or not. Now, if it's none of the males that we know, then I think we can pinpoint that it would be Mowati. I believe he's the only male whose scat we don't have in the area. So if it's not Tingana, it's not Quarantine, it's not Hukamuri, then your best bet at this stage is Mowati, which is who I personally believe the father is, just judging by appearance. Once you spend more time with leopards, you can really see their parents in them. Mistakes can be made, of course, but you really can sort of see where they come from. She looks tired. I just think she's tried all night and not made a successful hunt. You see, her ears are twitching. She's listening. but by Tandy going flat, it does give us a chance to spend some time with her. And we're on a road called Ingwe Alley, which is great because Ingwe means leopard, so we actually have an Ingwe on Ingwe Alley. Love it when that happens. And it's quite central. It's really not too far away from our camp. It's at Philemon's Dip, so she's still coming quite far in. Kalamba's also seen in this area, and so is Shadulu. So I wonder if this is sort of an area where the territorial boundaries as it stands meet. I'm going to bring my notepad this afternoon and I'm going to draw where I think the territories are. Of course, they continually change, but we can judge by where we see the leopards as to where their territories are. And they will overlap, absolutely overlap. And they'll push back and forth. So let's just use Ingwe Alley as an example.
Good luck with Tandy.
Tandy may come to Ingwe Alley and scent mark furiously, and leopards communicate via chemical signals. So then Shadulu might come in the next day and smell that Tandy's been here and it's very, very fresh. So then she won't cross that. But if she comes the next again week and there's no fresh sign of Tandy, then she'll push. She'll keep continuing sort of east, if you like, to see how far she can go until she meets resistance. Resistance in the form of chemical scent. Now don't forget to send in your questions or comments. We can try to get into some territorial discussions today. That would be fantastic. Because things change. Even from this time last year, so much has changed. Krista, no, it's not just urine. They actually communicate in many different ways, including urine, which contains marking fluid, and there's chemicals within their feces, and also there is chemicals in the sebaceous glands in their cheeks. So they have very, very special glands that produce sebum, and they will wipe that on the vegetation, normally the low-hanging vegetation, in order to communicate. They will also, all of these methods contain their scent, their information. Are they male or female? Are they of reproductive age or not? All this sort of information, are they territorial? It all comes in the chemicals that is released from scent. And I'm sure there's a lot more sort of information that humans won't understand either. So it's not just the urine, but there is a special marking fluid within the urine, and it's very unique, and that's what they're sort of spraying onto the vegetation when we see them go scoosh, scoosh, as I like to say. It's the marking fluid, and it contains so much information, but it's all sort of liquid, even in the fecal component. And therefore, once the rains come, it all gets washed away. And that's why you normally see your top apex predators scent marking furiously after the rains. Now, if Tandy just decided to never scent mark again, she would lose her territory. That would classify her as more nomadic. And other leopards in the area, be it Tlalamba, be it Shadulu, would push. Even Sabui on the other side. Standing by yours.
Is it possible to give me an engine reef?
I'm live, just give me a moment and I will do so. You're in a tricky spot, Miss Tandy Cat. She obviously feels like she doesn't have enough energy to hunt right now. But there's really, really not far away is a small herd of impala. So, of course, it's a very complex dynamic between predators and prey out here in the wild. And predators do hunt, and it's not easy to watch, but their fundamental role in the ecosystem is to control the levels of prey, control the population. So, let's go and learn a little bit more about that.
Following the rains, millions of zebra, wildebeest, and Thompson's gazelle stream out of the Serengeti and into the Masai Mara. Scaled and tawny predators alike lurk as the herds prepare to take the plunge into the Mara River. The desire for greener pastures is overwhelming, pushing the herds to cross, determined no matter the danger. For some, determination is not enough. For others, they emerge soaked and scarred, but successful. But there's no time for celebrations, as back on dry land await a different kind of predator. The lions of the Mara have been waiting for the bounty the migration brings them. The tired travelers, having exhausted the day negotiating the river's currents, must now make it through the night. As darkness falls, predators descend. This is also a time of plenty for them.
Something different in the plains of Masai Mara. Remember, this is your CGTN digital safari this morning, and it's coming live from the Masai Mara. I have come across the newest arrivals and what I would call the head of the new returning wildebeest. They are already on their way back. Just to discuss a little bit about this is they do go back and forth. They had left towards the Serengeti, but they have come back. Look at this. How wonderful is this? I hope you're enjoying this. This is the annual migration, and I must tell you that I was getting a little bit frustrated not seeing this, but I'm assured now that they are coming back. What you see here is just a few, but there are so many behind the horizon there. I'm going to be driving there later, but let's enjoy the view first. Look at this. This is how it is right here, right now, here in the Mara Triangle. Wildebeest, wildebeest, wildebeest. They are back. Look at that, guys. Yeah, these are wildebeest, white-bearded gnu, and also Bachel zebra, and they have come back to this area, and I'm hoping to see a little bit more further up, so I'm gonna drive down and see if I can see bigger herds.
Welcome back to Ambient Pinde, everyone. And we are still with these two cheetah, and we have quite an amazing sighting right now. They are zigzagging all over the place, and we're starting to think maybe they're on the scent of a female. As far as we know, there haven't been other males through here, but there have been some females. So yeah, maybe they're trying to follow the scent of a female. We keep trying to loop ahead of them to get this sort of shot of them walking straight towards us, but they literally keep changing directions in a zigzag sort of pattern. So it's been quite interesting for us and quite a challenge. But they seem to have settled down for now, and they're both looking in the same direction, down into the valley. And by sitting still like this, they're able to pick up on movement or detect movement much easier than when they're moving. So they'll sit, they'll pause like this and listen and smell and just look and try and see if any of their senses alert them to either a hunting opportunity or danger or whatever they may be looking for. So Paula's asking what their endurance is like when they're chasing prey. So they don't really have a lot of endurance. They can move really, really quickly, as I'm sure most of you might know. Cheetah have been recorded moving or sprinting at speeds of between 110 and 120 kilometers an hour. But that speed they can only maintain for about 400 or 500 meters, sometimes pushing up to 600 meters, but they can't keep that speed up for a long time. So in order for their bodies to achieve that sort of output, it requires a huge amount of energy, and their bodies are adapted so well to reaching that top speed very quickly. And they've got enormous nostrils, massive lungs, and a huge heart, and that heart pumps blood very quickly around the body. Those big lungs take in a huge amount of oxygen at a time. Their very big open nostrils allow air to move into those lungs very quickly, and so that's what allows them to maintain that sort of speed for the distance or the time that they are actually able to, but it's not a very long time. So things like wildebeest, zebra, even impala can outrun them quite easily if they are able to spot the cheetah. So the cheetah still need to get close to them to close that gap, because if their prey starts running before the cheetah have gotten close enough, the cheetah won't be able to close that gap in the time that they have at full speed. And then as long as the prey can stay just ahead of the cheetah, eventually the cheetah will give up because it can't maintain that speed for long enough. So I don't know, you can decide if it's a long endurance or not that long, but if you can stay away from a cheetah for 500 or 600 meters, then you'll be okay. We're just going to stick with these males because they're moving and then resting and looking for any opportunity. So yeah, we'll just see what they do.
Tandy's not looking for any opportunity at the minute. She's still in the exact same position. But it's getting hot soon. You can feel the sun starting to burn through and warm up what has been quite an overcast and chilly morning. So she's either going to move into the shade or she's going to go flat. Tandy's fierce. She knows exactly what she has to do and when she has to do it. And if she's hungry, I can assure you she will go get food. Of all the cats, of all the felidae species that we get out here, the leopard, Panthera pardus, is the most widespread. They occupy so many different habitats. They're very adaptable compared to lions and compared to cheetah, and you can find them all across sub-Saharan Africa and even southern Asia.
Alrighty guys, we've been following these lions again. It seems like they've given up on the prospect of hunting, but still very active. You can see the three little ones are busy suckling a little bit. You know, they've been talking to Mom the whole time now, asking her to lie down. Finally, she's done so. We're just in the shade of one of the rocky outcrops in the area. So there's a slight possibility that they might spend the day here. We'll have to see. So Priscilla just had a question, how long can lions go without food for? And Priscilla, I've spoken to some of the very experienced, you know, conservation managers and so on, and they say about 2 weeks without eating before it gets like super critical. But by that time, they are literally a bag of bones. Then they will have to find something to scavenge on. They will not be strong enough to hunt anymore. So, you know, with lions, they typically, whatever they kill, they'll finish it over what, depending on the size of the kill, 1 or 3 or 5 days, and then take an easy day after that. You know, just get everything digested and not flopping around with a big belly anymore. And so, typically about 24 hours after they've finished a kill, they'll look to hunt again. But like I said just now, I've spoken to a lot of smart people that's been doing this for a lot longer than I have, and they say they've seen lions going for 14 days without eating and then still surviving. I mean, absolutely, that is the extreme. But you know, like we've also seen with us, you can go for a lot longer without food than without water. However, I would not want to go for 14 days without food. I think I would look like a bag of bones then as well. But yeah, just constantly aware. You know, it's a tough life being a mom out here in the bush. There's so many things to worry about. You can see how she's just scanning the area, making sure that her little ones are safe. The sub-adults are not so worried. You know, they don't have little ones to worry about, and they don't grasp the concept of if this is Molly just had a question: how much milk can a lion produce in a day? And Molly, that's gonna depend on the individual. You know, just like cows, you'll sometimes find a cow producing 36 to 40 liters of milk in a day. Others will only produce 12 liters of milk in a day. So with the lions, it's difficult to really say because each individual will be different. But I'd say, on average, especially depending also on the litter of the size of the litter. You know, if there's 3 cubs like this drinking constantly from the mom, her body is going to be stimulated to produce more milk than one with only 1 cub. So I'd say for this particular female, probably around 8 to 10 liters a day. And this is just an estimation. I mean, obviously, I'm not sure how many she does produce, but just thinking about how much the cubs will need per day, I'd say probably about 2.5 to maybe 4 liters per cub. So let's say about 10 to 12 liters, a rough estimate for a lion to produce per day. And you know, doing that takes quite a lot of energy out of your body. So you can imagine how grateful she must be to have these 3 youngsters with her, you know, already trained hunters, and helping her to, you know, make kills. When she's not able, they'll do so, and it just helps to have a little extra hand to keep the stores full of stock so that she can continue producing milk for these cubs. Angie just had a question: is this mother lion the main huntress in this pride? And funny enough, Angie, no. When all of the pride members are together, so we've got okay. So currently, when we're looking at these 4 female lions, yes, she will be. However, the Southern Pride comprises of 2 other adult females as well. The one that we saw about 2 days ago vocalizing so much, that's also lactating. She is the dominant female in the group, and also the leading huntress, from what we've seen. And then there's another female currently busy. Well, I don't know if she's still mating. We saw her mating with a male about 2 days ago, but we have been seeing her mating quite frequently. This female, actually, strange enough, is the youngest of all of the adult females in the group, or in the Southern Pride. So, not under normal circumstances, when all of the Pride members are in the Pride, she would not be the leading huntress. That would be the bigger female that we saw vocalizing the other morning. That would be her job. But currently, as things stand, because there's 3, 2-year-olds that's also helping her hunt, she would be the leading huntress in this particular group structure. So yes, currently she is, but under normal circumstances, when you've got the whole Pride together, she would be maybe the number 2 or number 3. And those cubs are just getting cuter by the moment. Full bellies. And ready to be naughty. Lots of bees in the bonnet. You can see they don't really get to the point where they lie still. It's always going to be moving like this, and then moving that way, and then moving this way, and then there's going to be a beetle flying by, and they're going to be interested in what's going on over there, and way too much energy.
It's true, lion cubs, indeed, they have a lot of energies, especially when they have a lot of milk from their mother, and for them is to play around. But here, with the Washimungwe female, with her single cub she got, and looks like they just went and lay down in these grasses. They have done a little walk. It was like maybe a kilometer walk where we got them, and we think this is going to be maybe a rest here for the day. We're not sure, it's not very hot. It's a pretty little cloud, so she might actually be interested on maybe get going as I speak. Looks like she's up. Well, I haven't spent a lot of time with this bride. I know of the name, and I don't recall if I ever meet them physically, because they're up in the west a lot of time. But I was so excited when I was told this is a Shimungwe bride, which I know of the name quite a lot. But when you look at her tummy, it looks like she was not bad. It looks like she's great, and she probably feed on a smaller thing, which is cool, which is very good. Many of time, single line is the same thing. There are sometimes struggle to get their food because it's very difficult for them to hunt separately or alone. Which works better for them is to be in a pride. But when they split from the pride, it comes from these different situations of whether the pride have wiped off, only one lion or lioness is left in that pride, and then they have to look for living, they have to look for food. That's a major thing for them to sustain their life. But if it's not so, they'll get skinny. Otherwise, they're big cats, not like leopard. They hunt on their own, starve on their own. Lion doesn't work well when they're separate from their pride. Remember, for them, hunting in a pride, it works better as a unit. So they both communicate on how they do their hunting, and every time they spot a target, they need to spread up. They spread up. Sometimes they all surround the game. And eventually, as they approach and they started to chase, these prey species, they might spread around. Finally, one ran in the direction of the line, and no one would be down that time. And this is when they will have meal, because they work together. So, far up in the west, where they're from, not sure if they're also dominated by one of the Birmingham male. Just trying to figure out. I'm just gonna, I'll wait here, see what will happen in the next few minutes with this line.
Look, more wildebeest. Yes, it's a more wildebeest morning for me, which is wonderful. I hope you are enjoying this. This is your digital live safari coming from the Masai Mara. Talk to us on CGTN Wild, CGTN Wild or Wild Earth. Questions and comments are very, very welcome. And just to give you a quiz now, if you don't mind, quiz coming. Yeah. For how many months does the wildebeest migration last in Kenya? For how many months does it last in Kenya, the wildebeest migration? We'll give you some answers later on, but I'll continue mentioning the question. I hope you're enjoying this, and you know, this is a new sighting of wildebeest. We had them about 2 weeks ago in huge, 3 weeks ago in huge numbers. They moved around and around and around and went back towards the Serengeti, which is in Tanzania. But there has been talks of them coming and coming, and this morning I have driven to meet them, and here they are. They are at a place we call Kilo 2. That is about 30 kilometers from the Tanzanian border and halfway towards where our camp is. So, they're still a long way from camp. I hope you're enjoying this. This is hundreds and thousands, as you can see. These are just but a few, the ones that are close to me. But as you can tell, James has been, sweeping along. Franco, Jumbo, you ask if the beard is, if these wildebeest are old because their beard appear like pale. No, it is a natural color. It's not a way of telling if they're old. It's a natural color they have, and that's why we call them the white-bearded gnu sometimes. The way to age them, according to me, I normally look at the size of horns and also the body. Yeah, the really old ones, behind their pelvises and hips, they get a little bit bony, and they also sometimes become smaller. Like we age, they tend to become smaller or shrink a little bit, if you want to use that word. Here looks like they arrived last night. Most of them are sitting down, and it's because they are tired. These guys can walk up to 20 kilometers in one night, and they are truly, athletes. They can run, walk, and when conditions are perfect, like here where the grass is short, and there are so many together, some of them will lie down to rejuvenate and, digest whatever they've been eating. As you can see, every now and then, there is some males with their head up. Those are the ones looking for females. But this young guy here tired me from walking. Yeah.
So guys, you've got a proper mommy's boy over there. Not sure if it is a male though. The cub now. But Lots of cuddles going around. Look at that. Loving each other very much. Very, very cute. Just before you guys came here, we actually had these two irritating one of the sub-adults so much by playing with his tail that, or her tail, that she actually decided she's going to go and lie on a rock somewhere. We're not seeing her at the moment, but it was quite cute to see that happening. You can see very interested. They're actually looking at her still now. Very interested at what she is doing at the moment. Beautiful. I'm actually quite glad that they chose the shade of the mountain for us to look at them, because it is going to be quite hot today. So, you know, that little one is, you know, very curious. Very important for them to also be curious during this time of their life. To a certain extent, you know, there's good curiosity. Yeah, Linma just had a comment, cuddle, cuddle, absolutely. I mean, you just want to go pick them up and cuddle them yourself. But just to come back to the curiosity, guys, obviously there's good and bad curiosity when it comes to these little ones. A certain level of curiosity.
Sorry about that. Who knows what happened to Swallow, but I'm sure they'll be back. We are just watching Tandy. She is making us work very, very hard today. That tail is twitching. Look, twitch, twitch, twitch. It's raised because she's exposed and she's trying to tell everyone that it's a peace sign and she means no harm, but actually she does mean harm because she's starving. We just watched her attempt to hunt a squirrel, failed. The squirrel won, Tandy 0. But she's hungry, and it makes me feel how exhausting it is for her to navigate the landscape here. It's winter. It's not as barren as it has been, but it's quite barren. It's open. She's got to work a little bit harder than she does in summer. But she is really hungry. And I think she's attempting to go for squirrels and birds and small things right now because it's easier. It'll give her a little bit of energy and then she can go for the big things that will feed both her and her cub. So we're just trying to follow from a distance. Give her a little bit of space, never go in front of her, never block her visuals. But she really is. The hyena den is about 100 meters to the right of me, just up here. But she's heading in a different direction. Thank goodness.
And from one leopard to another, welcome back to Ngala, where we are sitting with a young male leopard on top of a termite mound. So we've been looking for leopard pretty much the whole morning, and this leopard was actually found by one of our trackers. He tracked it all the way from the river and found it quite far off the road or in the block. Oh. Have a look. Now that he's facing us, you'll notice that he's got a very pink nose. Once again, that's an indication of age, so you can tell that it's still a young leopard. So he's around 15, or let's see, he's around almost a year and a half. Almost a year and a half old. Oh, nice big yawn. So he's got a sister that's probably somewhere around here. And I believe they had tracks of the mother as well, but we haven't managed to find her yet. He's slightly more relaxed compared to his sister though. And yeah, this is also the first time I'm seeing him in 5 months, and he really has grown a lot. So at this stage, he's still with his mother, or dependent on his mother, him and his sister. So she probably left them in an area, or in this area, and she might have gone out for a hunt. And if she does manage to catch something or find something, she'll come collect them and they'll go feed with her. He's just taking a little nap now. Just see the ears moving. Don't want to chase the flies away. Already dreaming about that next impala. How beautiful are those spots? And once again, you can see the solid spots at the top there, turning into those rosettes at the bottom. The coats are really special. Chelsea bun, they are mostly active at night, early mornings, late afternoons, and during the night. So when it's hot in the middle of the day, then you'll often find them napping. I wouldn't say they don't sleep as long as the lions do, but generally you'll find them napping during the day. Like this little guy now. At night they have the upper hand because they can see a lot better than their prey. So they use the cover of darkness to hunt. But for now, he's got quite a nice little vantage point where he is. He's perched on top of this termite mound. When we arrived, he had his head up and he was listening and just looking out. We'll sit here for a little bit longer. See, maybe we find his mother as well.
She sees something. I don't see anything. She's alert. There's something here. Possibly an antelope. She's using the termite mound, a shadulu, for cover. She's a busy cat because she's hungry. Hunger is driving her here. Excuse me, everyone. I just choked on my own breath. I apologize. Now, not only has she got to feed herself for her normal energy requirements and nutritional requirements, she's got a cub to feed, but she also requires more because she is still looking after the cub. It actually eats quite heavily into their energy budget when they're a mother and they have a cub to look after.
And Lauren, any luck on your side?
Sorry, everyone, I just have to respond to this. Yours, she's gone static on a termite mound just as you requested.
Okay, must I show? Do you think I must turn around or must I just come into the block?
It's up to you, but I think she's hungry, so she's going to bounce after something soon. I can keep you updated.
Do you think I must go back where I last saw you and then from there come in? Or maybe I'm just going to come into the block now.
Copy. I would come in from Pangolin trackside.
Okay, copy.
I apologize. I've got something stuck in my throat, everyone. I'm just going to have a tiny sip of water. There we go. Everyone wants to see Tandy, but some of the vehicles are not able to make it through the terrain that she's taking us through. That's better. But really, a squirrel or even a scrub hare at this stage is really not going to be enough for Tandy. At this stage, I think she needs something far more substantial.
Welcome back to Ambient Pinned, everyone. We are still with these two young male cheetah. And this spot that they've found now, they've been at for quite a while. So they've probably been resting here for the last 10 or so, since you were last with us. And they seem to be slowing down again. So they haven't moved too far from where they were. Maybe they were just wanting to get out of the grass, because on that side of the hill it wasn't in as much sun. Maybe there was a bit of dew there on the ground, so they were feeling a little bit uncomfortable. But also they didn't have a view of this side that we're on now, so they've come on to almost the other side of the ridge. And oh, there we have a bit of movement. Looks like he's heading straight towards that small dead tree. No. So we have been scanning with our binoculars in the direction that they've been looking, and we have managed to spot some impalas, a herd of impalas. So maybe they're going to be moving down in that direction. But that male that's gotten up and started walking now, they're heading in the direction that they've just come from. TaylorMade is asking, where else in the world do you find cheetahs? So cheetahs are mostly at the moment found in Africa, of course, throughout large portions of Africa. That's what I was talking about on that dead tree. That male is now spraying urine, so they are scent marking. And then there are cheetah that are in the east, so up in the deserts, in the Arab Emirate areas. I can't remember the exact name of what they are called now, but yeah, in the east of Arab East Emirates. I think they are princes that keep them there as well, unfortunately, as status symbols, which is quite sad, because cheetah do tame very well. But there are some wild populations as well. But interestingly enough, the cheetah's closest living relative is the puma of South America. Face to be is asking, does a cheetah's scent mark smell like a leopard's does? And no, it doesn't, unfortunately. It's not that battered popcorn sort of smell. They have a more sort of musky type of smell, but it's not a smell that's as prominent as something like a leopard. So we wouldn't really smell it from a distance, or if we even drove past there, we wouldn't really get too much of a smell of it. You'd have to go really close to get an idea of what it smells like. So for now, we're going to go and see if we can get another look at these cheetah.
So this young male leopard is being very lazy. We repositioned, and as we arrived on this side, he put his head up, and his eyes were slowly closing. He's very, very sleepy. He wants to keep an eye on us, but he just can't. Tired. He's probably been moving around for most of the evening. But we've got a really nice view from this angle. So beautiful to see the white on the insides of the legs, below the belly, and then it turns into that tawny color on the back and the outside of the legs. We've got such a nice spot here, just soaking up this morning sun. Notice those long white whiskers as well. You can see on screen there now. Because they're mostly active at night, and they do like the thickets and really dense areas, those long white whiskers will actually act as sensory organs. So it'll help them move and maneuver around at night. Guide them. I'm seeing spots. Now, if he does lift his head again, it is warming up a little bit, so he might move out of the sun soon. And then I'd like to point out or show you how we identify these leopards, because you're probably wondering how we know which one this is. And that we do by looking at the spot pattern just above the whiskers. At the moment we can't really see it too clearly, but when he lifts his head, I'll show you. It is such an incredible privilege to be able to sit next to a leopard like this. They're usually quite shy, and you know, if you think about the areas that they frequent, it being so dense and thick, sometimes it can be really, really hard to find them. And they often hide from us.
Ladies and gentlemen, I told you this wildebeest will come back. They have come back, and they have started crossing. I told you this wildebeest will come back, ladies and gentlemen. They have come back, and they are actually crossing the river. How lucky are we? Keep watching. There they are. Our patience has paid finally. Just look at them. And they have chosen the most difficult place to cross. This is the very highlight of the migration. When you see these animals cross this very dangerous river, just crossing fingers that all of them are going to make it. Look at that place where they're crossing from. It's very deep, but above all, it's very rocky. For the small ones, it's going to be quite a challenge. It's not the current of the water that's the problem. It is the rocks that are in there. Some of them now are starting to panic. You can hear the rapids. Helen, I agree with you. I mean, I will never understand, Helen, why these animals always choose the most difficult place to cross the river. Now, half of them are walking back and they thought it's very dangerous, but I can tell you, I'll not be surprised if one of them or two have already been brought down by the crocs. It's the deepest place for me, with most rocks, but that's where they have chosen to cross. Keep going, you can do it. You need to get to the other side to get more food. Oh, that one is struggling. This one have made it very well done. Something could be wrong with this particular one here. Have you broken a leg? Is someone pulling you down? Oh no. Oh, you're gonna make it. Almost. There's a croc there. The croc's just watching from a distance. Or is this the trauma or just crossing this river? See the croc moving the other way, moving towards the rapids. Two crocs there. Can they see anything they cannot see? Oh no, that's what it's called. Bang! So sorry for those of you who might think this is quite graphic for the sensitive ones, but this is Mother Nature. The croc need to feed. Yeah, one of them is brought down. The rest are just walking past, not bothered, not concerned, not much they can do. They have all taken a big chance. That one was not lucky. This is all nature, so you have no reason to be worried. We may not know how many others may go down. That one wasn't meant to cross, it was meant to feed the crocs. Remember, we are coming to you live on this digital safari from the Masai Mara of Kenya. And this is the beauty of the migration when we see these animals crossing the Mara River. Oh, the croc is still holding another one there. It's holding from the hindquarters, struggling. There's a big fight there. I don't know who wins here. I would really want the wildebeest to cross. Is it trying? The croc is holding the tail. It's holding tight. Oh no. Goodness me. The crocs are quite strong, and the PSI of crocs is about 2,200. Lucky, lucky wildebeest. You have another day to live. This is becoming very intense at the moment. I told you earlier, this is the river of life. Two other animals, and also the river of death. I am very impressed with that wildebeest. It made it, but this one I highly doubt she will make it. Already going in the wrong direction. I want to believe there's a huge, massive croc holding it down. The Nile crocodiles are big, strong. They have very destructive bites. Now we got zebras here coming, which initially I thought the zebras would be crossing the river fast. They chickened out, and the wildebeest did the vanguard. Just wait and see what happens. All right, zebras, you need to lead the wildebeest. Now, this particular herd is choosing maybe an easier route away from the rapid. One zebra in. I'll tell you, the other two will be in very shortly. Come on, zebra, move it. Not really. Uh-oh. Where do you want to go? Go backwards? Okay. Better planning. Choose a different area to cross. They're clever animals. They know danger is looming and lurking in the waters. We know crocodiles can remain under the water covered completely, and they can open their eyes and still be able to see across or above the surface and read or monitor the movement of these animals. This zebra here is still very determined to cross, but then you have to choose an easier gradient, less rocks, maybe less danger. for these animals to cross this river is always taking a chance. The whole of this group seems to have chickened out now. But I'll tell you, they'll go away, feed, and they'll be back right here. Well, oh my word, that was exciting. Sorry for the wildebeest that didn't make it, but this is exactly how things unfold here. We'll be waiting to see if this group might cross again. Just stay tuned, please.
Now, guys, not always the easiest thing to watch, those crossings, especially when the croc is successful. But, you know, as David just said, it is the circle of life. But we have some interest from the lion side and some oryx way in the distance just feeding in our direction. So there might be some action happening here a little later on. Them. You can see Mom's not too concerned. She's sleeping with her head up. But the sub-adults are definitely a little bit more interested. The cubs are playing on the rocks in the mountain. They're just busy, you know, being up to no good. Look at that. Climbing trees and shifting rocks. There's the other one coming through now as well. It's been a real treat to have them with us this morning. Beautiful. As the sun starts coming through, hitting those lines, you know, you just get that exaggerated effect on them. Really, really stunning. But we're hopeful that these oryx will come a little closer, or the gemsbok. It's difficult but you can just see some of them standing underneath the tree, way over there, a bit more to the right. Yeah, just there, underneath the tree on the right-hand side, guys. A bit more, Dave. Bit more. There. You can just see them standing there. It does look like two youngsters, so the chances are good. If they do come a little bit closer, there's actually a giraffe also walking just to the right of them. I don't think they'll be able to do something with a giraffe, though. That is an adult, so with a structure as it is right now, with the pride, having the three inexperienced hunters as far as giraffe killing is concerned, I don't think they'll be able to take down a fully grown giraffe. But those guys are definitely in the sights of these lions. You can feel the wind has actually changed now in the favor of the lions. It was blowing from the lions to the oryx the whole time. And now with the sun coming up and heating up the air, you can definitely feel a wind change, which is great for the lions, not so good for the oryx. However, we'll have to see. It is getting warm, so I don't think they'll maybe try now. Maybe this afternoon they'll try something.
So we're still with this young male leopard. He got up from the termite mound and he's moved into the road, and he's just been rolling around, playing with branches and grass hanging over the road, entertaining us. Look at that. Unfortunately, there are no signs of his sister or mother, so he has to entertain himself. Having the best time. And even though he's playing around, he's still very aware of what's going on around him. So every now and again he'll perk up and you'll see the ears and he'll, whoa! Stare in a certain direction. Amazing to see the agility of these cats. Now, notice when he walks down the road, you'll see that white patch at the tip of the tail. So quite often when we're looking for leopard, that is something that we'll look for. In dense vegetation, that's something that stands out quite clearly. So that is usually something that we'll use to try and locate them. Look how that tip of the tail is just moving as he's contemplating his next move. So even though, like I mentioned earlier, he's still dependent on his mother, but, you know, if she stays away for a while, he'll already try and see if he can hunt small things like little mongoose or birds, insects even. They really are very opportunistic cats. Billy, I would say the spot pattern is probably the most reliable. I'm just going to move slightly further forward. We've lost him. But what we also use is the territory or the area where you find them in. They are territorial, so usually we know if you find a leopard in this area, we kind of know which one it is, although new ones might have moved in. But the spot pattern is usually what we'll use to identify them. Look at that. Now, let's see if I can show you that spot pattern. Let's see if he looks. See if we can zoom. No, he's going to continue down the road for now. So we use, as I mentioned earlier, we use the spots just above the whiskers. And then we also take down the markings next to the eyes. And then also, I mean, if it's an older leopard, sometimes you'll see the ears get quite tatty, so there might be a cut in an ear, or we used to have this female leopard here with a kink in her tail, so that was also quite an easy way of telling that it was her if you just had a quick glance of a leopard. Oh, you can barely see him now. Now that he's in the shade. But that is so perfect because the light's mottled through the leaves of this guarri. And that's where those spots of theirs comes in handy. It really helps them blend in. Lana, so the size difference between cheetahs and leopards. So cheetahs they're quite lanky, quite tall, whereas leopards they're shorter, but they're very stocky and much stronger. So I'd say if you take a male cheetah versus male leopard, the average male leopard would be around 60-70 kilograms, and a cheetah, maybe 40. So the leopards are much stockier, stronger, much larger head as well. The cheetahs are generally considered as one of the weaker predators out here, and they'll try and stay out of a leopard's way if they somehow came across each other. How he's just grooming himself. So he won't venture too far from the area where his mother left him, but he'll play around here. So we'll stick with him and see where he goes.
The ultimate triple threat versus an iconic specialist. One built for stealth, power, and ambush. The other designed for speed. The cheetah decorated with black spots. The leopard with copper rosettes. The leopard, a stalking cat of the woodlands. The cheetah, a coursing cat of the plains. Cheetahs are built exclusively for speed and lack the strength to stash their kills or fight off scavengers. While leopards are strong and agile enough to hoist their kills away from thieving lions and hyenas. And while leopards live alone, cheetah often find comfort in the company and protection of siblings. Each cat is the master of their domain and holds a spot atop the African food chain.
When you look at these two cats, cheetahs and leopards, they are different in every way. Their behaviors, lifespans, gestation periods, how they feed, they do not have any commonalities. But now, once in a while, we see cats like lions laying ambush to the wildebeest or zebras crossing this river. But we have not seen that happen, to me, with either cheetahs or leopards. The only one I saw was a leopard way back, but I think that was a chance. Why they don't want to do that, I think they are either, when you look at leopards hunting, they will not go to such big numbers of prey like wildebeest in a group. They tend to choose one prey at a time, which is alone. Cheetahs, of course, may spot a big number of prey, like Thompson gazelle, for example, zero in on one young one or a baby, and do the hunt. Well, I told you these animals will come back after the first group crossed, and it was exciting to see the fight between that wildebeest that was like wondering whether they're going to make it, and the croc holding the backwaters. But it was a lucky day for the wildebeest and unlucky day for the crocodile. This group has just come back and they're right at the bank, but I may not be able to tell you what time, but at the end of the day they're going to cross this river. That's always their game. Come close, move away, and then even the first group or the herd that crossed, I was not even prepared that they're going to do it. But always keep our cameras ready, our eyes glued onto them, looking at their movement. The zebras have gone back completely. We had that one that tried to come in or to try to cross the river. We can't see it anymore. But I think if we're going to see another crossing on this Mara River, it will be this small herd of wildebeest. Today, not even a single topi. We have seen once in a while the wildebeest and the zebras being joined by topis. We haven't seen even a single topi. We've got a huge croc here, not very far from where we are. And I know, or they know rather, they got a wildebeest stashed somewhere for later in the day. I'll continue with my patients here, waiting. Maybe this croc will be getting the next meal.
look at this huge bull. Just give you a quick look at him. He is walking off, but look at the coloration. He is so dark. He is such a dark giraffe. Maybe if I just move a little bit, Beaky, because I want to compare him to these young boys here. We've got two very young boys and a huge dominant bull. So let's take a look at this spectacular boy. And look how light he is. Very pale, fawny colour, and he's small. That's how I know they're young. No mistaking that they're males. Browsing at eye level, which is very nice. And then I wonder if I can give you a view of the darker bull. Let me see. They're just browsing off into the drainage there. There we go. Look at that. He's so dark. And it was always thought that, you know, coloration just related to sort of genetics, or there was no real reason for it. But recent sort of scientific evidence does state that it's to do with dominant status. So although giraffes are quite territorially aloof and socially aloof, there will be a dominant male. And the dominant males are said to be much darker than the other males. So this must be the most dominant male in town, which is fantastic news. And he's huge. But giraffe populations are said to have declined by 40%. But because there's now four separate species classified, when you look at the IUCN Red List database, which is a fantastic tool, I'm on it almost every day, it only lists giraffe as one species. So when you say 40% in the last 30 years, it's quite difficult to know how accurate this is because there's actually four different species. So what species is declining, what species is not? It only gives a sort of figure of 40%, and they are listed as vulnerable. But whether that is applicable to all giraffes, all four of them, is yet to be determined.
Yeah, guys, it seems like they've given up on the prospect of hunting for this morning. It's getting quite warm. However, there is 3 little ones that's getting their belly filled, luckily. You can see the 3 little cubs busy drinking there. You can hear them fighting with each other as well, or growling at each other at least. Quite a vocal thing. It seems like all 3 of them has a teat now. But yeah, all the morning's playfulness has burnt the energy levels to the point where they need to feed now again. I have to say, the mom is actually lying quite still now. So I do think they're quite hungry. With them already having teeth, if it's just like a sweet to drink a little bit of milk, they sometimes chew on the teat, and that's very painful for her when they've already started developing teeth. So typically you then see them jumping up, the mom, and maybe growling at them a bit, or just showing some teeth to show them, hey, this is not fun for me anymore. But as you can see, very quiet at the moment. So everyone's got something that they are liking. Oops. I don't think that was for the cubs. I do think she's picked up on a smell maybe, or so. Possibly an antelope coming through. You can see she's staring with quite some intent. I'm not seeing anything at the moment that in the direction that she's looking. But, their eyes and senses in general are a lot more acute than ours. always just interesting to see, you know, when their heads pop up, we might not even know of a thing in the surroundings, and then all of a sudden they are fully intent on getting a view of whatever they saw or smelt or heard. And only when you go closer, but way closer, then you see, oh, okay, here's an oryx standing, or there's a giraffe walking, or something like that. Their senses amazes me sometimes. Well, not sometimes, all the time. Incredible. They are very happy, very quiet cubs at the moment. Full mouths, and hopefully soon full bellies. A shame, never a day off for this lady. She's not taking care of them. She's thinking about hunting, or where to hide them when she's hunting, or I think her brain is going to be needing a well-deserved holiday after this. So Martha just had a question: would a lioness abandon her cubs or her litter, or at least just one cub, if it was injured or deformed? Martha, yes, they would. Not out of choice. You know, what will happen is most likely she'll take care take care of it and nurse it until it gets to the point where she can't physically carry it around anymore, you know, moving it from den sites. Like these cubs right now, she doesn't carry them around anymore. So if there was a deformity and it becomes more apparent, you know, where they can't follow the female when she needs to go to drink water, or when she needs to go and hunt, or just follow the pride in general when they need to move to a different area, then unfortunately, yes, she will at first, you know, hang back and try and get the cub to catch up, and then they have to catch up to the pride. But at a point, she needs to start thinking about her own survival as well. So as long as the cub, you know, injury or his deformity does not impair her ability to stay alive, she won't abandon it. But as soon as she starts suffering because of the cub's, you know, lack of motility or anything like that, or mobility, that's when you'll find her actually having to leave the cub behind. It wouldn't be out of choice. It's just, you know, her drive to stay alive that will cause her to unfortunately abandon that cub. However, you know what, in the bush, an animal with a deformity, if it is born with a wonky leg or with something like that, the likelihood of it surviving in any way past the first, let's say, a month, or let's be, you know, very lenient and say 6 months, is highly unlikely. You know, the bush has a way of sorting these things out, so only the strong and the, I want to say, perfect characters survive. So to answer your question, yes, she will, not out of choice, but just because she needs to stay alive herself.
So we're still with this young male leopard. He's found a nice spot in the shade here. And just a few moments ago, he spotted something just off to our right here. We haven't managed to see what he is looking at. But as I mentioned earlier, they have incredibly sharp senses. So it might have been a dwarf mongoose, or maybe a rodent of some sort. Maybe just a little bird or something that was moving in the grass. He's just keeping an eye on that spot. But we can't really see what he's looking at. He's fixed on it though. So now that we're kind of looking at his backside, I want to point out the ears. So I'm sure you've heard with some of the other cats, like the lions as well, they also have these black markings behind the ears. And that's also a follow me sign. So when he was younger and he'd have to follow his mother through thick vegetation, that's also what he would be looking at, those black markings behind the ears. And then also, of course, that white tip or that white patch at the tip of the tail that I pointed out earlier. Lulubelle, when is a leopard fully grown? So generally, they'll stay with their mothers for, until they're around 18 to 24 months. So he's almost at that age where his mother will kick him out. But then the males will only start establishing a territory when they're around 4 years or so. There are other leopards in the area, and they'll try and keep them out of their territory. So, I mean, in a few months he'll already be a similar size compared to his mother. His mother isn't that big. She's actually quite small, and the males tend to be a lot bigger than the females. And then it's quite an interesting thing to see when you see a female leopard with her cubs, and they're around 18 months old. They all look the same size, and with leopards being solitary, that's quite a special thing to see. Seems like he's lost interest in whatever was running through the grass there.
Yeah, leopards will normally behave like that. One moment they got some intent of a hunt or going to stalk something, and the next minute, just leave it. Well, have remained here because my wildebeest have pulled way further back in the bush, but also that doesn't mean I'm not getting excited. We are getting more animals coming out of the water, like this huge male crocodile. These are what you call the Nile crocodiles, and not the exact one that was trying to catch our wildebeest earlier, because he remained not very far from where the one that was trying to bring back to the water, to the river of death, the wildebeest, and he wasn't bothered. I would imagine the crocs also behave the same as predators when it comes to joining hands to bring a prey down. Unlike the lions or cheetahs, where you might say it's a coalition of cheetahs helping each other to bring a prey down, I haven't seen more than 2 crocs trying to bring a wildebeest or a zebra down crossing this river. I'm not sure whether that's the small little calf that was brought down by the croc, but definitely they caught one for themselves, and it must be under somewhere in this river, maybe on the base, and unfortunately by now it must be dead because it was drowned and it's getting bloated with time. Funny how the hippos sometimes are never bothered when the crocs are trying to catch the wildebeest, but I remember seeing one incident way back where a very huge croc caught a baby wildebeest, and a huge bull of a hippo went to fight off the croc and that baby survived. How tricky to have seen those wildebeest crossing at the most difficult place, at those rapids. And you can tell the rapids are because of the rocks that are there, whereas there were other choices, other places they would have taken to cross, but they opted to come here. I'm not sure the rapids pulled them there, or the current of the water. Alice would like to know how long is the Mara River. The Mara River is 400 kilometers long, or about 250 miles. The watershed, or the source or the origin of this river, is an area called the Rift Valley of Kenya, in a forest called the Mau Complex. And the river comes through the Masai Mara Game Reserve, flows down southwards, southwest then, to the Serengeti National Park in Tanzania, back to the Mara, and it drains in Lake Victoria. So you'd imagine, Alice, how many crossing points we have on this river, how many crocodiles we have in this river, and how many herds or groups of hippos we have on the same river. They must be very many. Where we are, we have a resident herd of hippos here that's always between 20 to 50, depending on the numbers that have come out of the water. And they're very territorial. Hyla, you're wondering whether we got giraffes that do migrate. No, I mean, it depends on what you're looking at migration to be. The wildebeest or the zebras, when they do the migration, is an annual cycle, and what happens is they cover about 2,000 miles, and that's a whole cycle of migration, 2,000 miles, or about 3,000 kilometers. Now, when we talk of giraffes migrating, of course, giraffes will move from one place to the other. Giraffes got what we call home ranges, and they may cover maybe 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers from one point to the other, and then they stay there. But basically, giraffes do not migrate. But the wildebeest, the zebras, will do covering long, long distances. I am still very hopeful. The animals that left here, the wildebeest and the zebras, will be right back. And that means I'm staying right here.
A different location now. I have the Cape Buffalo, and here is a small herd of bachelor herd. It is, a group of about 4 males, but we will only see 3 because they're in long grass and they will move away from the, the screen. Yeah, look at those horns. These are fully grown bulls. This is also what is called the Cape Buffalo, or the African buffalo. What some beautiful horns. Look at that. Yeah, it is found in sub-Saharan Africa all the way to South Africa. Some places it is disappearing, but over here we have very good numbers of them. That bird, you might know it for now. We've been mentioning it a lot. The cattle egret, and it's a symbiotic relation that they have with most herbivores, where they either eat the little insects they disturb on the grass, and sometimes also peck on little ticks that are on top of the buffalo. Yeah, so it does a very good job, apart from pooping on their backs. Like you can see, there's some marks there where it has pooped on that buffalo. Look at those horns from behind. Yeah, remember, this is one of the big 5. Okay, just going back to my quiz I asked earlier. I hope you still remember. It was about how long does the wildebeest last in the Masai Mara. If you said 3 months, then you have answered correctly. I understand we have Miss Zero, June, and somebody else. I'll mention your name shortly. You have said 3 months. Congratulations for being a good follower. Thank you very much. It's 3 months. It was Nancy, the third person. Thank you very much for being a keen follower. You have answered correctly. The wildebeest last year about 3 months. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm gonna move to the river, but these guys have got some very beautiful horns. Look at them. Yeah, they're looking at me. I'm just like, yeah, they really, that's why they're separated. They're fully grown. They reach maturity at the age of about 7, 8 years old, where they split away from the main herd and become, solitary or lone males. They form a small group of bachelor herd, and anything approaching them, including humans on foot, they can be attacked without warning, and that's why they're very, very protective and dangerous. I'm gonna watch them for a little bit and then go to the river.
So not much has changed this side. He's still lying down in exactly the same spot, but he still has his head up, and he's been listening this whole time. So what he could potentially be listening for is other predators that could be around, which he needs to be careful of. If there are things like lions or even scavengers like hyenas around, if they have the opportunity to sneak up to him and ambush him, they could potentially kill him. So he has to keep his ears open, eyes and ears open for that. And in that case, he'd quickly scale a tree. There is a nice big leadwood not too far from us, so that would probably be his escape route. And then also, like earlier, there was something moving in the grass, but I think that was something that he was interested in catching. So for prey as well, and then potentially for his mother coming back. So his mother she'll make soft contact calls if she comes to fetch them, and it really is very, very faint, but he's obviously got incredible hearing, so he'll hear it, and that means food most of the times. So usually when you see leopard cubs and the mom comes back, the cubs get really excited. Firstly, just because they're seeing mom, and secondly, because they know she might lead them to a carcass, and there might be food. Marco, at what age do the cubs learn to hunt? Like I mentioned earlier, because they are so opportunistic, they will start hunting and playing around from a very young age. At this age, now, he is, like I said, almost a year and a half old, just slightly younger than that. But he's already catching small things. So they'll play around with that. But once they leave their mother, like I said earlier, which is about, between 18 and 24 months, they are already competent hunters. And, if they struggle to hunt, then they'll start with smaller things like ground birds or small mammals, and then work their way up. Once they start catching larger things, then they have to get it off the ground. There are lots of hyenas in this area, and if they don't put it up a tree, then hyenas will definitely steal it from them. Kevin, how far can leopards see at night? Ooh, that is a tough question. I'm not 100% sure, but you know, if you think about the vegetation that they're in and that they like spending time in, it is usually quite dense. So you can't really see too far when you've got a thicket around you. But with them having a better eyesight than their prey, they can see a lot better through those thickets even. But a lot further than we can at night, that's for sure. He's watching the little birds that have landed in the trees. There's a little drongo that just landed in this big leadwood here. Very aware. We were watching him earlier when he was walking down the road, and he looked quite well covered. It doesn't look like he's hungry, you know, his belly looked quite full. So I think they recently had a meal somewhere. So like I said, if his mom comes back and she calls him, she'll do soft contact calls. And I don't know if you've heard, or if you've seen a leopard before, maybe you've seen documentaries, if you've seen it on TV, of leopards that call. And it's quite a rare thing to capture or to hear. And it almost sounds like someone sawing wood. So it's something like, hey. I think that was a good imitation. He even looked over. And you can actually tell, sometimes you can tell the difference between a male and a female's rasp, with the female's rasp being a little bit longer and also higher in frequency.
A leopard saw is actually my favorite sound of the bush, as well as a hyena's whoop. A leopard saw. Oh, it's a wonderful sound. It's a bizarre sound, actually, and it's made on the inhalation and the exhalation of the leopard. So it's made by their breaths, and it's counted in strokes. There's actually a specific number of strokes that a leopard will give in the saw. I really can't do that noise, but you get the point. And it indicates different things. So they will saw slightly differently when they're on territorial patrol to when they're doing other things. And it's fascinating. You can count the strokes, and an inhale is one stroke and an exhale is the other stroke. Now Tandy is somewhere in this block. We made the decision to leave her. I'm a big believer that you don't need to stay with an animal for 4 hours. We've had our time with her. We followed her a little while. She didn't make it easy, and she's hungry. She's really skinny. She stood up and walked in front of the car, and she's really slim. She's hungry. She's got a cub to feed. Let's just let her be. Now, we were not disturbing her, but just let the animal be, and hopefully, maybe this afternoon we'll have her on a kill with her cub by her side, and it'll be the most perfect sighting. So that's what I'm hoping for. She might pop out, she might not, but it's time to leave her, I think. You have to be able to make that call at some point when you're with the animals. And we also checked the hyena den. It's not active. I think once it gets a little bit later in the morning, the hyenas do disappear. First thing in the morning is the best time for our hyenas.
So, all right, guys, for those of you who has been with us from the start this morning, here are those guys that the lions chased in the beginning. It is a bachelor group of Cape Eland. Big, beautiful boys. And as you can see, they are not used to, well, not used to, they just don't like having a vehicle close to them. We are about, I want to say, 300 meters away. But just look at how beautiful that is. Look at that big dewlap, that flap of skin that they've got on their, on their neck here at the bottom by their chest. Really impressive animals. And I do think that should those three sub-adults, lioness, tried to catch one of these, I think they would have been a little lightweight for that. If the adult female was maybe together with them, then yes. But when they were chasing them this morning, unfortunately, she was still going to look for her cubs. But yeah, really cool to see them. I just enjoy their, robustness. Lots of character. I don't know if you maybe saw that hair that they had here on the top of their forehead just by their horns. We call that, just like we have with a buffalo having a boss, that is also called a boss. Not a solid structure like the buffaloes, but it just makes them look so much more impressive. Really, really cool. And huge necks. And then you have those dagger-like horns, which is why I'm saying I think those female lions, the sub-adults, would have had a difficult task ahead of them if they should have continued in the hunt. So yeah, really cool. We have left the pride of lions though with the cubs. They're still relaxing in the shade of the mountain. It is getting warm now, so I don't think they'll be doing anything constructive for the rest of the day until it cools down this afternoon. We might actually come back here to see if they don't want to hunt. But for the time being, we are going to see if there's not maybe a male lion track going somewhere or so. If we find something, we'll let you know.
At the river now, I have left all the buffalo, all the wildebeest, and now I am at the river, and I have found one of the locals who parks at this point every day. He's the famous Nile crocodile, and that is one big one. You can tell he's so happy, and he's not smiling. They usually have some of their teeth, showing off outside. So he's parked there, waiting maybe for another meal. What are you going to show us here, James? There's another moon star. I think he's the other one that we have been showing you at this section of the river. I will call him Freddy. And Freddy is swimming upstream nice and slowly. He's one of the big guys I've been coming across here. And he's got a pinkish nose when he turns. I don't know if it's the right one, but I think that is Freddy. He's swimming up to the point where he normally basks. I don't know if he's going to come out, which is not going to be very good news, just in case there is wildebeest or zebra coming down. But what can I do? I just have to live with what they offer me. Yeah, these Nile crocodiles, they grow up to around 20 feet here, 21, and can weigh up to Natasha Jumbo. You want to know if crocodiles ever attack young hippos? If left unattended, they will attack them. Or sometimes they get lost, like when the tide becomes too high, they get washed downstream. The little ones, they will attack them. But it is very, very, very rare, and it has been rarely documented. They do attack only when they are left unattended, and it is very, very rare. Natasha? Yeah, Freddy is swimming upstream. I don't know what he's up to, but you can tell, how big he is, how he's been eating very well. These guys, the Nile crocodiles, they gorge themselves with enough food to last them almost up to 1 year. Imagine. And, during this time, if there is nothing, they are able to slow their heartbeats up to 1 heartbeat a minute. And I think that's where, the logic comes in, that they use very little energy to digest whatever they have eaten during this time of abundance. Yeah, where are you going, Freddy? Yeah, I think he's got an idea of where he's going, and I think he's going to that bank. Marianne Jambo, you asked me, how do you identify between males and females? Yeah, apart from flipping them over, which is a no-no. From here, if you look at the heads, I wish I could, compare two. Heads of males are usually very short and very stumpy, very strong. And females have got a much longer, like that one. I would say it's a male. It's very strong and short. Females are have got a longer muzzle and thin. And also they tend to be more colored. Males tend to darken slightly. As you can see there, we'll be showing you a female later on if we see one, if time allows us. And they're everywhere in this river. I would say we see more males to females for some reason, and I don't know if it's the case or the females are somewhere, but during incubation, the eggs of a crocodile are determined on the temperature of what they will become. Either too much of heat and they will be males, and less of the heat and they will be females. And looks like in this area here we had too much heat, so we have lots and lots of males. These guys have got no care in the world. They don't have any predators in the water. Only, man is the only predator when they're fully grown like this. Young ones are, hunted by other crocodiles, monitor lizards, birds of prey, eat them. Even big catfish would swallow, small ones. Okay, Freddy has found a parking, and he's almost as black as those rocks. And I think he's going to lie there for a while. Yeah, I'm going to watch Freddy for... Yes, I'm going to watch Freddy for a little bit, and hopefully he's gonna keep me entertained.
Beautiful impalas. Croc also is one of the beautiful and one of the passionate creatures. Wait for something to happen around the water, whoever come to drink. But now, this group of impala, we just find them feeding, and this is kind of like a kilometer away from where we left that female lioness. See, it's kind of like, I'm not too sure, it's probably something disturbing them there, but they're well alert, so it could be something that they heard they're not sure about, and this is what you see there running, but they're now looking at us. Could be not serious, because they're not alarm calling. Now they're going relax again. It's all just a mix of the young males. As you can see, little horns sticking out on one of these. So after that lioness, we went to position of a hokumuri from yesterday, and then he's not there. It looks like it's probably moved, the kill is not there, it's probably stolen. They say it was the same lioness we had this morning. Had a little bit of a hokumuri's feed, that little bit of a meat. So we will carry on looking around here. Hopefully we get him.
Yeah, so we are back at the waterhole where we actually left the mom and 3 cubs and then the 3 sub-adult females yesterday morning. And here we have the other member of the Southern Pride. I don't know, we'll go back in on it now, but it seems like she's just finished drinking water and come to rest in the shade here. Look, you can even see that little bit of drool still hanging from her lip. and then the bottom lip also being very wet still. So must have just finished drinking water. I know we were discussing it earlier, whether or not she's still mating with the male. It does not seem like it. So possibly the mating ritual is finished. And now hopefully in about 3.5 months, we'll have more baby lions. That would be epic. But yeah, I don't think the mating finished too long ago. Otherwise, she would have tried to find the rest of the pride, the one that we actually had this morning. So relatively certain it might have just finished, like let's say during the night or this morning. So it would be interesting to see if she joins the pride this afternoon or not.
We have a pair of probably every South African person's least favorite bird. Now, I love this bird, but they are very vocal and very loud. You find them all throughout South Africa, even in the cities, and they tend to, well, they're well known for wakening people up, which people don't like. People do not like to be woken up, and these birds are responsible for it most of the time. It is the Hadida ibis, and there's quite a few species of ibis. You get the glossy ibis, the southern bald ibis. If you've never heard of that, Google it. It's a fantastic yet bizarre looking bird. And you also get the African sacred ibis, which is also fantastic looking. I think these ones are probably the least attractive in terms of aesthetics. But up in Ethiopia, you also get an endemic species known as the wattled ibis, only found in Ethiopia. Again, even more bizarre. Looks just like the hadida, but with wattled appendages hanging from its face. Google them all, you'll have a good chuckle. But they are incredible birds. Oh, there you go. I hope you all heard that. Ah, Hanida. Something like that. Not quite, but that's how I imagine it in my head. Very difficult to tell the difference between male and female, but they are monogamous, which means you will see them in their sort of male-female pairing, and the males are slightly bigger than the females. So again, with birds, you probably would have to see them standing next to each other in order to pinpoint exactly who's the male and who is the female. Now, it's perfect to stand. We're at Gowrie Dam, and this is a perfect location because they love digging for earthworms and all sorts of insects that you can find crawling along the ground. So softer soils around water bodies will make it a lot easier for them to snatch up those delicacies. We've not got the best view, but I just know as soon as I turn my engine on, I'm gonna fly away. Kim, you're asking if they migrate, and no, they don't. They are normally commonly found. They're called common residents. They're found all year round in South Africa. They're said to have an expanding population, which means that their distribution is also expanding. Because there's more of them, they're sort of widening their distribution. So it means there's more and more hadidas. But no, they're common residents, which means they do not migrate. Many birds migrate for breeding reasons. They migrate to certain locations in order to breed, where there's maybe more food. The food is plentiful, which makes them stronger, and of course ready to get through the breeding season. And hadidas do not need to do that. So there is another vehicle waiting to pass us, I'm afraid, so we're kind of blocking the damn wall here, so we may need to pull aside shortly. Okay, I'm going to pull aside now and see if they can pass us. Hopefully, the hadida will not fly away. they go. Sorry, everyone, I had no choice there. There's a vehicle waiting to get past. Heidi, you're saying they're much louder than your alarm clock. Really? My alarm clock is pretty loud, and if it's not loud, I don't wake up. Although I'm very sensitive to light, so as soon as the sun is up, I do wake up. Hi! But yes, they are incredibly loud, and I would hate to have a Hadida Ibis alarm clock tune. I can't think what is worse. What is the lesser of two evils? We're going to sit here and admire this water body for now.
We've left that young male leopard. He spotted something else on the other side of this dry riverbed, and then Gert mentioned that he could see kurus passing, and I was saying he's got big dreams if he thinks he's going to catch a kuru. But yeah, we decided to leave him. He went down into the riverbed, so we couldn't continue following him. So we've decided, seeing as it's heating up, that we would head to one of the water holes just to see if there are potentially any animals drinking there. In the middle of the day, you might find elephants coming down to the water. We might potentially find zebras, especially in this area. Zebras, impalas, wildebeest potentially. At the moment, I don't think there are any hippos at this waterhole. But we'll see what we can find. Gary, so you do a qualification with the Field Guides Association of South Africa. You can go look that up. And currently, they've got a lot of online programs that you can do. So you can actually do your theoretical exam online. And then once you've completed that, you go do a practical somewhere at an institution. So like on Pridelands, for instance, they do ranger training there. And then with And Beyond, we've got an internal program that we do. So we also do the Fagasa, and they have a course called Nkwazi that all our rangers will go through, which is quite fun.
Yeah, it's very true. Some of these qualifications are very important for any guide to be out in the bush. Now, if you look at this Thompson gazelle, I remember when we were in college, and definitely, I guess, is marking territory there. When we were in college, we have a similar gazelle to this that's called a grand gazelle. If you see a grand gazelle when it is young from a distance, they're very identical with this particular Thompson gazelle. And the reason I'm saying that is the black stripe they'll always have on the side. But as the grand gazelle grow older, the black stripe fades out. Now, this is a male, and he is on his own in this particular area because I would basically say he is territorial, guarding a particular size of property for himself. Most like the females will come back and come and join her, or rather come and join him, and they feed as they move. But one thing that never stops moving in these antelopes are their tails. Now I want to show you, to my right, we have similar antelopes. I mean, not very similar in that sense, but we got other antelopes on my right that we call the impalas. And when you look at the Thompson gazelles, not unusual to see one, and you'll always get both males and females with horns. But the antelopes that I'm going to show you now, that we call impalas, you only get horns on the males and not the females. Now you can see these impalas appear on very short grass. Robert, you're asking where the Thompson gazelles get their name from. Still going back to my college days, or when you talk about guides qualification, when I went to college as a young boy, we were told way back in 1880s, there was a very famous, could have been Scottish British explorer who came visiting Africa, and he cruised or loved to be in East Africa, and more so Kenya and Tanzania. And his name was Joseph Thompson. And I gathered that he loved the wildlife, and more so the Thompson gazelles. And we were taught, or we were told, he decided to name those gazelles after himself. And years or a century later, we still call them the Thompson gazelles after Joseph Thompson. The other day I was thinking it could be time also we change some of these names and we get, local names, and we name the impalas maybe like David's gazelle. My cameraman today is called Bungay, and maybe we could have Bungay's gazelles or something. But yes, the Thompson gazelles came from Joseph Thompson. There's another gazelle also that is called the Grant gazelle. It came from a gentleman who was called John Grant way back. Now, this is the male in charge of that harem that you saw of only girls. Look at the size of his horns, magnificent. Thank you for posing for us. I'll take a few pictures of you, and I'll tell you to have a lovely day.
All right, guys, we've got two male gemsbok there. Now they're just sizing each other up. This time of the year is the best time for them to have babies. I've mentioned in previous episodes that they don't have a particular baby season, so you have them having little ones all year round. So you actually find the males being in competition with one another right throughout the year. This didn't look as serious though, but always just a treat to see that, a little bit of a sparring event going, especially with gemsbok. They are almost like musketeers with those straight horns. But yeah, here in the Kalahari, we've got non-migrating blue wildebeest. So just the reason for that, guys, in South Africa, you don't really find them migrating as much, not nearly as much as, at least as in the Mara or in the Serengeti. And the only reason for that is they don't need to move to follow water. With us having game reserves or conservation areas where there's fences around, unfortunately, because of the fences being around, we have to provide water for them. So there is water holes that get pumped for them. And because of that, they now don't need to move anymore. So you find them the males becoming territorial. And then the females, they form the breeding herd. And they mini migrate in between the territories of the males. Chris just commented, gemsbok is his favorite antelope. Chris, I'm going to agree with you there. It's difficult to single one particular individual out, but in the Kalahari, there's nothing more iconic than seeing that gemsbok, and they're just beautiful, They are truly stunning. I love them. And as I've mentioned before, I love those masks on their faces. It's for them more of thermoregulating thing, but for us it's just beautiful to be able to see that, almost like a makeup that they put on. That's stunning, stunning, stunning. But yeah, to come back to the wildebeest, guys, so we've got the males forming territories as soon as they're strong enough, and then they'll keep that territory. It's not going to be a huge one, just enough to, lure the females in, because they form the breeding herds and then they mini migrate in between the territories of the males, following food and water. So as soon as they move into a specific male's territory, he's going to try and keep them in that territory for as long as possible. However, when they decide they want to leave, they just go and they leave that guy behind. So it's not like everyone moves together or so. Here the dynamics are a little different. It's still quite cool to be able to see them. You can see the little ones also. Sorry. So Beverly just had a question, what's the difference between antlers and horns? And Beverly, the main difference is, so antlers get shed every year. Those are the ones that you'll find in Europe and America, where they grow their antlers, it's got that velvety covering, and it grows seasonally, and after the season has passed, it falls off, and the next season it'll grow back again. Whereas with horns, it's a bone core with a keratinized sheath, and that never, sheds. As soon as the baby is born, the horns will start growing, and that will grow throughout its life. And should the horn be broken or something, it will never recover to what it was once. So let's say you often find, with us looking at the blue wildebeest, the males either wearing their horns down or one that's broken. It'll continue growing from behind, but it will never fully heal. Whereas with an antler, if you find that one of the branches of the antlers break off in a season, as soon as he sheds those antlers, you'll find that the next season the antlers will regrow, and it would be like there was never a break in the antler itself. So yeah, that's the big difference between antlers and horns, and that's why we also differentiate between the two. In South Africa, we don't have any indigenous species that have antlers. All of our horn-growing antelope or animals that we have around here, which is indigenous to South Africa, have specifically horns. So buffalo and eland and blue wildebeest, all of those things, impalas, springbok, all of those antelope, they exclusively have horns. We don't have anything that have antlers. If you do find something in South Africa with an antler, it is brought in from overseas, maybe in a zoo, or I know there's a couple of fellow deer and so on in the Free State that the guys use there for, they're quite beautiful, so it's nice to have them there, but they're not indigenous to South Africa.
We are looking at the hippos, but BK, my little friend, is back. No, stay there. I made a friend that I wanted to show you earlier. Now, if any of you can identify this. No. I don't know if you'll be able to get it now, BK. It's just beside my porcupine quill. Can you see it? Or is it impossible? Okay, now it's gone that way. Yeah, it's just there, but I think it's a little bit camera shy. I wanted an ID from you all. It's great to start seeing spiders again, and believe it or not, this is a spider. Doesn't look like it. It's very camouflaged, and when it stops moving, it brings all its 8 legs together, so it looks more like a blob. A very scientific, descriptive word of a blob. But sadly, it's not playing ball. But I know some of you are experts out there on arachnids and insects. So if you have any idea, please. Is he on the move again? Okay, let me do one last check, and then we'll go back to the hippopotami. I think he's gone. But Buffelshoek Dam is very calm. A even the hippos are calm. We haven't seen so many injured hippos around. Winter is notorious for hippo the males just injuring each other, fighting because the water is scarce, resources are scarce. There's too many males for one area, too many bulls, and they normally fight. They get really injured because they're just terrible at fighting, hippos. And you'll normally find them tucked away out of the water trying to recover and heal. And I haven't seen that this year. Last year we saw it a lot, and I think it's just because water is so plentiful. This time last year, Buffelshoek Dam was empty, and I'm just going to get BK to give you a look at how full the dam is. It's not just a little bit of water, the volume is just, it's mind-blowing. It extends all the way back. Yeah, BK was just showing you there's a sort of little tributary there, and it extends all the way to the side as well. We were almost at risk of flooding last summer, and the winter just wasn't harsh enough to sort of ensure that all the water disappeared.
Well, hippos, sorry about that. Hippos and the buffaloes, to me, are the most dangerous animals that we got in Africa. I would say this one, to me, is not an animal even to come close to. He's full of mud. He's very prime, I would say. And he must have been wallowing some mud. I just want to back up a little bit. Abunge, just allow me to back up a little bit, because he keeps moving every time I move. Just 1 minute. We have had some big rains here in the Mara, and we got what we call the black cotton soil that sometimes... Bunge, how is the back there? Hold on, I want to show you the face of this very mean-looking buffalo here. Are you happy there? Or keep coming? He looks so mean. And I was talking about... Happy? Happy? Okay. Bunge is happy there. Bunge. Tasha, we're talking about the buffalo animal here, and you're also asking whether we get the buffalo thorn in the Mara. Yes, we do. And buffalo thorn, I think they're little shrubs or thickets that you get growing in most parts of Africa, of course, including South Africa, Tanzania, and many other countries. Yes, we do get them. Now, just look at this buffalo here and see the amount of mud on his body. I was earlier talking of most likely he was wallowing somewhere in the mud, and they normally do that to basically cool off. Sometimes they tend to suffocate any ticks or mites that could be on their bodies or other different sorts of parasites. He looks so mean. And I was talking about the two animals that I guess are most dangerous in Africa are buffaloes and hippos. And having said that, I want to leave this buffalo and I move on.
We have become accustomed to seeing the lengthy reptiles of East Africa execute stealthy approaches and epic takedowns along the watery banks of the Mara River. So imagine our surprise seeing a similar scene play out in southern African waters. An impala, marooned on an island, having been possibly chased earlier that morning by some hungry wild dogs, hankering for breakfast. And a crocodile, perfectly poised to tease its prey, gliding through the waters in its ultimate domain. Having had enough of this cat and mouse, the crocodile began its approach, forcing the impala's hoof. From the moment it dove into the water, that was it for the lone antelope. However, in an unexpected twist, a hippo entered the scene. Unfortunately, it was probably its sheer dislike for the watering hole's reptilian resident and not a want to help the impala that moved the hippo to get involved. As the crocodile sunk down to the depths with its meal, the waters calmed down, without a sign of the turmoil that had unfolded, bar some annoyed hippos.
Freddy has got a friend now, and if you didn't know, Freddy is the one on the right. I know him now. He's got a pink spot on the nose, maybe from an old injury. Yes, males tend to be much bigger, well built than females, which is possibly everything you can see there. Huge, big, big, big. This is a very big crocodile. Remember, this is live. It's coming from the Masai Mara. Talk to us on hashtag CGTN Wilds, hashtag Wild Earth. Question and comments. I am at one of the crossings in the beautiful Mara River, and those two guys have decided to park right in front where the wildebeest and zebra are supposed to come down. So I don't know if possible, if the wildebeest came or zebra, I don't know if they would go past. Also, there is another one there, so it has become a basking point for these huge reptiles, and it is very much allowed because it is theirs. There's nothing I can do. I don't know what will happen if the wildebeest came. Yes, we are on the banks of Mara River. I hope you're enjoying this this live broadcast from here. The water is always that color, never changes. I've never seen it to be clearer than this of all the years I've lived here. There is no single wildebeest in sight or a zebra since I arrived here, but they can appear out of the blue, and if they don't, I'll have to move to a next crossing. Hopefully they'll be there, but these guys are parked right where they're supposed to come down. Well, while lying down like that, crocodile can sense vibrations from long distance, up to from here about 300 meters, and if they're hungry enough, they'll quickly swim back into the water, and because they have the ability to stay underwater for long periods, they can ambush their prey underwater. Yes, so quite lethal when they decide to. Yeah, I'm gonna move to the next crossing because I don't think these guys will allow any wildy to come down. So allow me to go to the next crossing, and maybe I'll share something on the next crossing.
It's very true. I mean, people have wondered why hippos cannot swim in the water and some other mammals that are huge, bigger and heavier like elephants would. I think it's all about physics and the density of the hippos. I've come to one area I love to visit, and it is in this particular spring here that has water basically all around the year. Because for those people who love birds, this is one place they would spend hours and hours. We got egrets, sacred ibis, lapwings, herons, Egyptian geese. You hear the fish eagles in the background. that was a sparrowing, lapwing, chick, 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 chick. Look at the amount of birds in this one small area here. Of course, when it rains, the water levels rise or increase, and that would translate to more food in the water. When I was young in school, we used to be told when it rains heavily, it was raining cats and dogs. And when I started guiding, I started saying with very heavy storms, it is raining buffaloes and elephants. I'm now changing that to when it rains heavily, it's raining egrets and sacred ibises. Maybe not. But we've seen with the coming of the rains, we have noticed increased number of birds, and especially some migrants, like some stocks. Yesterday we saw so many woolly-necked stock, but I'm sure they'll be coming here because of the rains we're having as they migrate down south. And this is one scenery I'll always come and spend a few minutes, I should want to do now before I leave this area.
Back now in these bushes, we just off-road from that road. As we heard, it's distress sound, which I will just take it just a minute to see which direction is that. You may actually hear the sound from now. So you heard a sound. So we're not sure whether there's a bird has been caught but we're going to investigate and drive on forward from there. See what this bird is all about. What they're calling for, if it's a bird or if somebody been caught. What is it? All right.
Okay, guys, just an update on this morning's activities. We left the pride there next to the mountain. That female, it would be interesting to see if that female is actually going to join the pride a little later on, the one that we had just next to the waterhole. There's a ostrich running way over there in the distance. Just a single female. She still needs to find a husband of her own. But with it getting warmer now, you see more of the herbivores actually coming into the waterholes, and the predators becoming a little bit more inactive. So we are going to come back this afternoon for, well, two main reasons: to see if the pride wants to hunt, because they were showing some real intent this morning. Maybe we get there and they've already caught something during the day. You know, it's not a given that with a hot day the lions won't hunt during the middle of the day. If they're hungry and there's an easy opportunity presenting itself, they will go for it. So we might even get there this afternoon and have them on a kill. But if not, we were hoping that they are going to show us some hunting activity. Also, to see if that female joins up with a pride now that she's finished mating with the other male. So that would be interesting to see. But yeah, we are heading back to camp slowly. Just found this ostrich. She is hiding at the moment. But yeah, guys, I mean, just look at this view that we have. Sometimes you just need to sit. So Bree just had a question. Are ostriches monogamous? And Bree, no, they aren't. You actually have a very interesting structure with them, where the females, what they do is the dominant female in a group, you'll sometimes find a male with a couple of females. and then the number one female in that group will actually allow her male to mate with the other females, lay eggs, let them hatch, and then as soon as they hatch, she'll take them for herself. So as far as monogamy goes, you do get them forming pairs, and often you see them male and female together, but you do also get them like a male with 2 females or 3 females or so, where the dominant female in that group will allow the other females to actually mate with the male to, you know, get more offspring, and she'll most of the time raise the other female's offspring as her own. So interesting to see that happen. But I mean, it's very natural to think that they are monogamous, because you always find, or most of the time, find them in pairs. And when I said now husband, I just meant she needs to find a male now to be able to mate with and, you know, start reproducing. It might be a young female that hasn't found a mate of her own, or something like that.
Back in this little wood here we at, and what we discovered was a little bit of a movement of a black-tipped mongoose or slender mongoose that was running around in this grass, and also was a sight of one individual dwarf mongoose, but the bird's still calling here as well. As you can hear, that's the crested francolin. So we're not too sure whether was the bird caught here, or as we move in, probably maybe the mongoose gave up, because we were not too sure. We thought maybe it's a bigger thing, kind of that sound we heard from a distance. So now the bird is still shouting and is not leaving the scene. So it's probably whatever that mongoose, still maybe is a visual of the mongoose that bird can still see. But yeah, that was all about. So it was not a big cat or anything, or I would have thought maybe it could be, you know, python trying to, you know, kill maybe an antelope, that kind of distress from the distances. So I'm not sure. There's no movement again. Just gonna see. But the whole birds now, they're trying to come in here. Probably just because of so Riley, who has a reliable alarm call in a bush. So mainly, you know, most of the antelope has that. And this is where continuously had them calling, or if they do kind of bark sound that do that, then for sure, continuously, then you know they might have a sight of something danger to them. And birds, when they do that, they mainly do that by fly off to the tree. So when we get in here, there was no such a bird up in the tree. It was only the drongo that we know of, probably, you know, to associate with antelope for benefit in terms of insect. So then I was so much interested in knowing what this sound could be. If it's no francolin up in a tree, then it means, well, could be what? Maybe somebody that's bird watching it has been busy killing it. Because if the bird now is up in a tree, it means it's probably maybe what, the leopard, because they're aware of leopards. Most birds, and no leopards can jump, catch a bird halfway up on its flight off. So that's a francolin now. The sound all went stop. Oh yeah, this is the bird of prey that arrive in this scene. Also to investigate what could be that sound of the alarm could be all about. The francolin is still giving alarm call. A lot of time I've seen that wherever is a danger, once the danger spotted, It's alarm calling going. We'll leave the scene here anyway.
Welcome back to and Beyond Pinde, everyone. We found a really nice scene here. We've got 4 old buffalo bulls. We're actually surrounded by animals. We've got these 4 buffalo bulls. There's zebras and wildebeest and warthogs. And behind one of those buffaloes there's also a big white rhino. And we've been checking these open areas, getting some high ground and then scanning with binoculars and seeing if we can find that female cheetah with the 2 youngsters. But we haven't had any luck, so we came down to have a look at one of the last remaining watering holes, and yeah, there's just a hive of activity at the moment. There's a lot of animals that have come down to drink and some that are waiting for a gap to have a drink. See the warthogs moving off in the background. Oh, and the rhino has laid down. You can see him in the background there in the shade. The buffaloes also standing. They've been to the water, so some of them have a lot of mud on their bellies and on their horns, and they've moved into the shade, and every now and then are scratching against the thorn trees that they're standing underneath, and also ruminating, just re-chewing the cud. So Kranav is asking how a mud bath is beneficial for animals, and it's a good question. So out here in the bush, of course, they are exposed to the elements. One of the biggest and most important things that a mud bath can help with is protecting the skin from the UV rays of the sun. So covering themselves in mud blocks a lot of that UV rays that could damage their skin, so it's a sun protection factor for them. And then there are lots of ticks and fleas and other little ectoparasites that come and sit on these animals, and what mud bathing does is it covers the body in mud, and it tends to suffocate and dry up some of those little parasites that sit on the skin. And then once it dries, the buffalo or warthog or rhino, whatever animal it was, will go and rub against the tree like that one buffalo is now, and they will rub and scratch all that dry mud off, and it will get rid of some of those parasites. So yeah, there's a couple of reasons why they do mud wallow. Also, on a really hot day, that mud will cool them down. There's a bit of a breeze blowing, that cold mud on the body, then the breeze blowing, it will cool them down a lot. And I think it also just feels really good if they lie down in the mud. It's sort of just relaxing. Yo, this one buffalo close to us looks like his ears split open. You see that? Yo, it's split wide open. You see how he's flicking it like that. There's a lot of flies that are coming and landing there. Maybe he did that scratching on a bush, so it could be from a thorn that got him, but he's moving with these other 3 bulls, and it's very possible that it's from the horns of another buffalo. So something like that, if he's not careful, if it gets some dirt in it and closes up, will cause something like an abscess on the side of his ear or on the side of his head there.
I believe this is one of my best mornings on Safari Drive. But every day you do a safari here in the African wilderness, these things turn out to be wonderful. Having, seen that crossing we were watching earlier by the Mara River, I thought that was truly special. We're very grateful for all of you having joined us for the last 4 hours, and very thankful to CGTN for this wonderful digital safari. And remember, we'll be right here tomorrow, same time, same place, for another exciting moment. And we want to show you the sceneries are always gorgeous. With all the cheetahs, leopards, the wildebeest crossing the Mara River, it has been, for me, a day packed with action, or a morning packed with action. You'll never go wrong when you join us. And that's the beautiful Mara Savannah with its scattered trees here and there that we call the balanites, or the shepherd trees. And we truly want to thank you again for all your questions and comments. Thank you for joining us. Stay safe and join us tomorrow. On behalf of everybody, thank you so very much and goodbye.